It's Championship Sunday in NASCAR. The title fight is down to 4 drivers. Kyle Larson is going for his second championship, while Christopher Bell will try for the second straight year to win his first. And making their first Championship 4 appearance, William Byron and Ryan Blaney. Those 4 will battle it out for the biggest prize in North American motorsports, the NASCAR Cup Series Championship.
What does being a champion represent to you?
Being a champion
represents just being the ultimate professional.
It's just special to be able to call yourself a champion.
Oh my God, guys!
You're supposed to be looked up to, when you're a champion.
You're always looking at that guy as the benchmark.
You're representing the sport. You're representing what the sport means.
If it was mine, it would be a monumental deal.
That's why you never give up. That's how champions are made, man. Good job.
Knowing that we've done it before and we can do it again, you can never count ourselves out.
Proud of this team, proud of you, Kyle. Go to Phoenix, boys. Go to Phoenix.
Being in the Championship 4, having a shot at a championship, those things are elusive.
The winningest driver in 2023.
So we're going to show up with our very best.
Teams peak at the right time, and who can rise to the occasion when the pressure's on, end up winning titles.
Awesome job, man. Let's go race for a championship.
This group has definitely shown that they can do that. It's just a matter of doing it Sunday again.
Welcome, everyone, to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. This is what it's all about for 4 teams, a year's worth of work, over 12,000 miles of racing. All comes down to 312 laps in Phoenix to decide who will be the 2023 Cup Series champion. The Peacock Pit Box located right in the middle of pit road, and we have a full house for you today, along with Brad Daugherty, the Hall of Famer, Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty. I am Marty Snyder. You know what I love about today, guys? There's no math involved at all. The highest finisher among the Championship 4 is the champion for 2023. Brad, the youngest Championship 4 ever. Here are the players in this head-to-head battle this afternoon.
Yeah, this young group is going to lead to a talented decade as well. Very, very talented young man. And I'm looking at Kyle Larson just right off the bat. Ex-champ in 2021. I don't know how he isn't the favorite today unless you look at these other 3 guys. It's going to be fun to watch him.
The other 3 guys, look at Christopher Bell. This is his back-to-back appearance in the Championship 4. He has had speed in every round of the playoffs. He has a knack for winning when he needs to win. Today could be it.
Yeah, and 25-year-old William Byron has made a fast rise to become one of the top drivers in the sport. Today, he has 6 wins so far this season. Number 7 makes him a Cup champion.
One of the most popular drivers in NASCAR, Ryan Blaney, rounds out the Championship 4, trying to make it back-to-back Cup Series titles for Team Penske in a year that saw Blaney absolutely come alive in the playoffs.
When you don't win in a while, you start to get to feel like you can't win anymore.
Gosh, that feels good.
Easily the biggest win in his NASCAR career.
Super thankful to the 12 guys for believing in me.
We have overcome our struggles to get to this point. The work we did, the dedication that everyone had to get better, no one ever gave up.
That was 12 1,000ths of a second.
Let's go, man!
This is such a special place to win at, so I cannot wait to go to Victory Lane.
Anytime you win the playoffs is special. Those races are so hard to win.
Blaney is going to win his way into the Championship 4.
Let's go, fellas! Let's go!
Who can rise to the occasion when the pressure's on. Teams peak at the right time, end up winning titles. And we have the best momentum out of anybody.
Boy, talk about peaking. 2 key playoff wins for Blaney this year, and off the win last Sunday at Martinsville. No driver has more momentum. Ryan Blaney is hanging out with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, we're down here at the front of the grid, standing next to the very first championship trophy from 1948, Ryan. It's been a great racetrack here for Phoenix. So you've run second here in the last 2 races. Where's the confidence level this morning coming into this race?
Yeah, well, I thought our Friday practice went pretty well. Kind of hard to judge. It was a lot cooler temps. Like the second half of that practice was at night. So it's like, all right, how do you transfer it to being, so much hotter today? Track temps up. So you try to rely on past notes, try to see trends of the racetrack. But I felt pretty good with our speed and our Menards Dutch Boy Ford Mustang. Just long race, try to do the best we can all day and work on it and just then choke on it.
Yeah, I know you expected more out of qualifying, starting 15th. You drove through the field at Martinsville, winning the race. You feel like you got the same kind of car that can make those passes today?
I hope so. Yeah, just I would have liked to have qualified better. It didn't really bother me too much, because qualifying hadn't been a big strong suit of ours this year, but we seem to race really well. And if I was going to pick one of the two, I'd pick the race really good. So we'll see. Hopefully we have the speed to get up through there. But the good news is it's going to be hot and slick, like I said today. It's going to get wide. I think it's going to give us plenty of options to race around each other.
One of the great things I heard from you this week was about your dad, Dave Blaney, how he's been a great motivator for you. He saw the road. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what that's meant to you?
Yeah, I mean, people who know my dad, personally or watched the sport for a long time, he's a pretty reserved guy, and I could have asked for a better dad growing up, but he's been really helpful to me throughout the playoffs, just kind of motivating me, giving me a little bit good tips. He was telling me he can see the path, to victory lane and the championship, and we won Martinsville, and he said the path's lit up now. And so you can see it a little bit better. So hopefully we can keep it rolling today. This 12 group's done such a great job through the playoffs, especially the last 2 months, and just try to keep that momentum up and see if we can bring Mr. Penske back-to-back championships.
Yeah, what would that mean to bring Penske a champion? You've been here 8 years. You've tried your hardest to really have success at this level. You're finally there. What would it mean to give that championship to Penske?
Oh, it'd be amazing. I've been over there for more than 10 years, driving for Mr. Penske, and just you want to do well for your owner, right? You want to do well for your boss and make it not only him proud, but everybody involved in the race team proud as well. So it's been fun to win a bunch of races for him, but finally have a shot at a championship. That's all you can ask for. And I was telling our guys earlier, there's not a lot of instances where you can do something and make it a first for Mr. Penske because he's done everything. But to be able to bring him his first back-to-back Cup titles, with Joey winning last year, would be absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, one of the things that's unique about this and from your team, it's evident across all 4 drivers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Junior, we're having some technical issues with his mic. We'll get that worked on. So he mentioned his dad, Dave. I want to mention another family member, Brad.
Yeah.
His sister, Erin, who dates William Byron. Who's she going to pull for today? It's like the Kelsey mom. Is she going to have 24 here and 12 back there?
Well, you get sick and tired of your brothers and sisters, so I think she's going to be going for William Byron. That's just, it is what it is.
In all seriousness, Blaney has all the momentum after the win last Sunday. Brad, you've been through a lot of NBA playoff runs in your career. What is momentum really worth in professional sports?
As a professional athlete, no matter what the sport, everyone works their rear ends off. Everybody works really, really hard. The way you separate that, though, is by taking momentum and utilizing that. Momentum is almost like an intangible. Sometimes you talk about it. Can you really see it? Yes, it becomes omnipresent when you believe in it. You take your efforts as a pro athlete, you combine that along with having momentum, now you're going to have success, and it breeds confidence. That's what it's all about, being a professional athlete, is being confident.
Yeah, Brad, you went right where I was going. I love momentum. Yeah, there's a lot to that, especially with team members and things. But as a driver, as the driver of the car, you want confidence in your abilities. You want confidence in your team. They're performing at a high level. When you have that confidence, it allows you to do things that you know that you can do inside, but show the rest of the world. But Ryan Blaney used another word, a little bit of motivated to do this for his team, Roger Penske, and his family with that name.
And KP, his numbers here at Phoenix are just incredible, but he starts 15th today. How much harder is that going to make the task?
Well, it makes it a little bit harder, but where did he qualify at Martinsville? 11th, and he drove through that field like he was driving through a parking lot looking for his place to just pick up his groceries. I mean, he just cut through them, and that's the deal. If his car and if this team performs like they did at Martinsville, like they did at Talladega, I said it, if that Ryan Blaney shows up, he's a tough Ryan Blaney to beat. He showed up again at Martinsville. Will that team show up today? Because that was a team effort win. Ryan was hanging on to the steering wheel, but they got him out of pit road in time. They got him where he needed to be. It'll be tough, but here's a team that has risen to it and can do it.
Well, Blaney may have the good numbers here at Phoenix, but nobody topped William Byron's numbers in 2023. 6 wins for the 24 team. They had an incredible ability to close out races this year while also at times looking dominant.
When I came in the offseason this year, I felt like I wasn't living up to the potential of what we could accomplish, us as a team.
Man, I'm proud of you.
So I started working extra hard on things that I could do to be better.
William Byron.
William Byron.
William Byron. William Byron has dominated.
Being a better competitor in the race car, trying to perfect my craft.
Woo! Hell yeah!
It's a really good feeling. I feel like those things have paid off.
William Byron, he's into the round of 8.
Playoffs, baby, let's go!
We never let up this year.
The winningest driver in 2023.
We've never taken a break this year, but that's what it takes to be a champion.
William Byron, kind enough to join us here on Championship Day. First of all, congratulations on the pole, William, and with that, the #1 pit stall. I'm sure you know the numbers. The last 3 championship races, the champion had that #1 pit stall. What makes that stall such an advantage, William?
Yeah, I think it just it lets the good pit crews shine, and our pit crew is one of the best. And I mean, we're excited. We focus on qualifying since August, really. It's been a bit of a struggle for us in the fall to qualify as well as we have hoped, but we nailed it this weekend. That's all that counts.
Hey, man, from the very beginning of your career, and especially when you won that Xfinity championship, Rick instantly moves you into the Cup ride. He's always had that confidence in you, William Byron. What does that mean to you?
It means the world. I mean, he took a chance on me. We sat down when I was 18 years old in the Truck Series, and he said, I'm going to take you all the way to the Cup Series. And he fulfilled every promise that he's ever made to me. So just thankful to have an owner like that. And just driving this 24 car, I want to go win a championship, man. Let's go.
So, William, you won here in the spring at Phoenix, but that was 8 months ago. How much can you really rely on that today?
You know, it's definitely different. The setups are different. The cars have evolved. We have, our best chassis, our best car we're bringing here. So I think this car has 2 or 3 wins this year, and it's just been tried and true. So, it's with the next gen era, it's a little bit different. You can't just build a brand new car to come to Phoenix, but you try to put your best effort out there and have something that's really strong. So our setup has evolved a little bit since the spring, but it's still that kind of bread and butter setup that we had developed here. And we were really fast, but all the other guys were super fast too in the spring.
From the moment Rudy took the seat on top of the pit box, man, you guys have been just a force. You have been that group. Where does that come from? Why did that happen so quickly?
It's just trust and communication. He believes what I say about the car. If I say the car's loose or tight, he fixes it. He works on it. He tries to. So not every week, like last week, we couldn't really fix it during the race, but we just had to dig deep. And I built a lot of trust in him last week. I know it was a ugly performance by our standards and by statistical standards, but there was a lot of trust and a bond built last week in the struggles we had. So I believe that gives us some momentum, and we know if it gets tough today even, we're just going to try to position ourselves for the last pit stop and the last restart and see what we can do.
By the way, we just want to check real quick. We were just talking about Erin a moment ago. You checked this morning. She is pulling for you today, right? Not her brother, right?
She's spent all weekend with me, so she's in my corner.
She knows who to pull for today. All right, thanks for the time, William. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Best of luck today. So let's bring Jeff Burton into this conversation. Jeff, you have been saying William Byron was the one to beat for the championship for weeks now. Do you still feel that way today?
Yeah, I really do, Marty. You think about William, he's only 25 years old, and everything he's ever sat in, he's won while driving it. He drives the famous 24, made famous by Jeff Gordon, but he reminds me a great deal of Jimmy Johnson, 7-time champion, and how he races. He beats you with speed. He doesn't have to knock you out of the way. He doesn't have to move you out of the way. He simply drives past you. And if you give him track position, how in the world are you ever going to get by him? He has so much speed. And now with the experience that he has at only 25, if you give him track position, he is going to be hard to beat. The moment is not too big for him, Marty. He can win this championship by just being him. He doesn't have to change anything to make it happen.
So, Kyle, when we made the picks at Darlington, you picked William Byron to be your champion. Still confident today?
I'm still extremely confident, and after that interview, even more confident. And because of what Jeff just said, too. Just William Byron being William Byron. Yeah. There's never been a moment that's too big for this kid. Never been a moment that's too big. And he mentioned something in the interview that I had written down here from earlier. Martinsville. He talked about how Martinsville strengthened that bond between he and Rudy. Yeah, it was an ugly day, but they grew from that experience. And I think the growth from last week translates directly to this race.
DJ, you won the championship back in 1999. You said absolutely a life-changing day for you. 3 of these 4 drivers have never won a championship. Do they realize the magnitude of the moment today?
They're going to realize that after one of them, if they are fortunate enough to win this here today. I think Kyle Larson realized that in 2021. It was even bigger than what you can imagine as a driver. But I think the biggest thing is that you think about all the thousands of drivers that have come through this sport and the small number of champions that are here and everything that it does. It's not just confidence, it's everything that it brings, the opportunities that it brings along. As we're looking at a former champion there, the 2000 champion in Bobby Labonte. So it's a huge day. Are they ready for it? I think round of 8 prepared each of them for this day.
Hall of Famers everywhere on the red carpet. Also, both of those guys, former Cup Series champions from North Carolina. So if Byron wins, he'll be the first Cup champion from North Carolina since who?
Oh, gosh, since
maybe
1999.
maybe tell Jerry.
Yeah. So, been a while. Yeah, we need another one.
Well, look at the names there of champions from North Carolina.
Crazy.
William Byron could join certainly an illustrious list, like the King, Richard Petty from North Carolina, to be able to win a NASCAR Cup Series championship. When we come back today, will be Kevin Harvick's final Cup Series race, fittingly at one of his home tracks. We'll hear from Harvick shortly. Plus, as NASCAR wraps up their 75th anniversary, we'll recap some of our favorite moments of the year. We'll also hear from Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson, the other 2 championship players. We're just getting started on NASCAR Championship Sunday here on NBC Sports. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Sonic. Phoenix Raceway, a sellout once again for NASCAR Championship Sunday. There's a waiting list every year to get a camping spot here in Phoenix. These same campgrounds where Kevin Harvick camped with his grandfather when he was a young man. Today, the Bakersfield, California native will wrap up a 23-year Cup Series career with plenty of memories to relive.
Oh, I've never seen these. I always tell people that my career started backwards. Everything happened in the first 3 weeks.
We've lost Dale Earnhardt.
I had already had my biggest press conference.
It'll be tough. We're going to do the best we can.
That's the biggest race that I've ever won.
Gordon got loose, it's Harvick! Somewhere up there, Dale's smiling.
Didn't really know whether to be happy, sad. You had so many emotions with everything that happened with Dale.
I don't know how you can script it any different.
The checker flag is in sight, and the California kid wins the 10th Brickyard 400.
You know, I grew up in Bakersfield, California, wanting to race at the Indy 500, and the Mears gang was who represented our town, and Rick Mears was one of my idols growing up.
Man, I can't believe this.
Was obviously a big moment for me just because you're kind of living out your childhood dream.
He's going to do it. California's Kevin Harvick does it. Unbelievable.
That's obviously the end of the first season at Stewart-Haas Racing, and exactly the reason that I came.
What does it mean as a dad to share this championship with this young man?
I'm glad you're awake.
Keelan was fortunate to actually be able to go to work with me, and we took him pretty much everywhere.
Keelan Harvick, the ride of his life.
That's awesome.
A little guy rolling around everywhere, you feel like you have an example to set.
Daughter Piper going to take us in. Look at that.
She loves being there. She loves the people. For me, it's fun to be able to share the sport that we love, that is built to be passed down from generation to generation. Everybody always asks, man, are you missing anything? Are you going to miss it? I'm not going to miss it. But that's the main reason.
Well, Kevin, you've had a great career, and I really want to know, what has it meant to you having your family around this whole year to celebrate your career?
When you look at our sport, and you've been in this a long time, you understand that this is really a family sport, and your kids, my kids, they've all grown up being in this garage and on these pit boxes and on these pit roads, and to be able to share some of those moments with them, especially Piper now that she's a little bit older and has a little better understanding of what's going on. Keelan's been around it his whole life and has a pretty good idea of what's going on, but it's been a great ride, and to be able to experience that with them and one last time this weekend has been a lot of fun.
Well, so it's been a long career. You've done it actually a long time. Is there a moment or two that really stands out to you when you look back on that you're super proud of?
Well, really with the way that my career started, it's just, and I tell people this all the time, it really started backwards, right? You had your biggest press conference, you had your biggest win, your biggest moments, the most eyeballs watching at the beginning, but really after going and looking back and seeing the impact that had on the sport and on the team at RCR, and understanding the magnitude of that situation now, it's hard to measure anything against those first few moments. But winning the championship with these guys in the 4-car and winning so many races and being a part of two great organizations through the years has been a lot of fun, and really kind of paved the road for teaching you about how the sport operates and the right and wrong things to do.
Well, you qualified great, so You got one more Phoenix win left in you?
I hope so. Yeah, the car was good in race trim, qualified well, so hopefully that's a good sign of things to come. There wouldn't be any better way to go about this walking off in victory lane, so that's our goal.
Well, guys, this guy right here has built and had an incredible career and has earned the respect of an entire sport. Not many people can say that.
Boy, that would be crazy to finish it off with a win, and they certainly could do it. I think to properly recount Kevin Harvick's career, you have to go back to day one when you replaced Dale Earnhardt Sr. For perspective on that, let's bring in Dale Earnhardt Jr. Jr. is a way to put in context the weight that was on Kevin Harvick's shoulders replacing your dad.
I don't think any of us could understand really what Kevin was going through, and I don't know that all of us really, took time to respect the amount of pressure that he was under. But he helped soften the loss for RCR and for Dale Earnhardt fans. All of us in the industry were looking on where were we going to go? How do we go forward, right? And that was the best possible outcome on that day to help that process start. And like Kevin says, he didn't know what he had done. But I will say this, throughout all of that, and after all these years, he's always been complimentary of my father, and he's never complained about that situation and how difficult that might have been for him. And so I always appreciate that. That says a lot about his character, and it's meant a lot to me personally.
How about him as a competitor, Junior? What was he like on the racetrack?
He was rigid and tough, man, and wasn't going to get pushed around. And he took on the veterans. He had that deal with Ricky Rudd that went on for a while there, and it didn't matter who it was. He just wasn't going to allow anybody to take advantage of him, and he would stand up to them, often, challenging them outside the car, going to their cars and saying, hey, I don't like what you did, and I'm going to let you know. And so I'll say another thing about Kevin Harvick. The success of NASCAR is based on its personalities and its stars, and Kevin Harvick lived up to that. He pulled his weight. He did everything and more for NASCAR to move the sport forward throughout his entire career.
Boy, appreciate your perspective, Junior. Kyle, you've been to Bakersfield, California. You got to know the young Kevin Harvick, how he grew up. What was his real signature as a driver, you feel like?
He was who he was. He is who he is. And that's basically what Junior's saying. From that very first moment that he stepped under the spotlight, he's been the same guy. He's brought that Bakersfield mentality. He's brought that. He learned to race a certain way, in a certain place with a certain code, and he's always lived by that code. He's an 08er, and an 08er is a zip code. That's where he grew up out there, and that's the wrong side of the tracks. And it was to show everybody else that he deserved to be there. And he's shown everyone in NASCAR not only that he deserved to be here, but he was a leader that took NASCAR, as Dale Jr. said, to different places.
Brad, you played against greats like Larry Bird, Michael Jordan. How can Stewart-Haas Racing move on when the shoes seem literally impossible to fill?
Well, I like what Dale Jr. said about Kevin, giving back and setting precedents. You can't. When Larry Bird walks out of that building, when he walked out of that Boston Garden for the last time, it sucked the air out of that building, and it sucked the life out of that organization. But if the organization is strong and the fundamentals are sound, they go from there. And the thing that I love about it, you look at last night, Cole Custer winning this Xfinity Series championship.
Good point.
After Stewart-Haas had struggled all year with all of their programs, that is a stepping stone that they can take and go forward into the future.
Well, Harvick won his Cup Series championship back in 2014. Over NASCAR's 75 years, there's been plenty of magical moments on Championship Day.
At the finish, it's Buck Baker.
Checkered flag flies for Richard Petty.
It's the car of a champion, David Pearson.
And there's the jubilation. Dale Yarbrough has won the year-long championship.
Bill Elliott is going toward immortality. There's the checkered flag for Allen. He's the champion for 92.
I thought nobody ever tied Richard Petty, or he's still the king. We're 7-time champion now.
Boy, what can you say? 4 championships in 9 seasons. Tony Stewart wins it. Very elite club of 3-time champions.
Make room, Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. There's another 7-time champ. The 24-year-old is about to join his father. Chase Elliott is a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
So as NASCAR wraps up their 75th anniversary year, seems like a good time for us to share our favorite moments from 2023. We'll start with a guy on the end, Brad Daugherty, because we know his answer. I think it has something to do with the Daytona 500, maybe, Brad?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was a big deal. It's
a little bling there.
Yeah, a little bling from the biggest race in the history of NASCAR. It's our Super Bowl. Absolutely. We start out the year, a little bitty team wins the biggest race of the season, a huge win for our organization, and started the season right off for JTG Daugherty.
That great moment for you, great moment for the sport. But another moment goes back to Daytona in July. Ryan Preece and the accident that he had. So much has been made about this car. Last year, we saw this car be almost the reason or the ending of Kurt Busch's career with the head injuries. We saw Alex Bowman have to set out. NASCAR went back to the drawing board. They changed the car. They were willing to adjust, to evolve, and the car we have today is the safest car we've had in the sport because of NASCAR, and Ryan Preece, that accident is a testimony to that.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kyle, and well said. And I'm going far away from Daytona for mine. 75 years, we had never run in the streets of any city, and whenever this event was announced and whenever it took place, huge success. Going back there after this, just incredible where NASCAR went. The chances that were taken here to make this something completely different, but everybody embraced it. Look forward to going back.
Chicago is so much fun. Can't wait to get back there next year. My favorite moment of 2023, it's easy. Let's all listen together.
I beat your favorite driver.
And who would that be?
All of them.
You know what made that cool is the fan interaction. I mean, Denny gave me a look, and I could tell he was feisty. But the fans, Brad, that's who delivered. The interaction was incredible.
Oh, you love an antagonist. You love it as a fan. You want to hate somebody, and Denny threw it out, and he can back it up. That makes it even worse. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Jeff and Junior, let's bring you guys in. Junior, what was your highlight of the year so far?
My highlight of the year is definitely bringing back North Wilkesboro. I never thought that would happen. I still can't believe it at this day that it actually did. I've gotten to race at that racetrack, but then I got to go to the All-Star race as a fan. The concerts, the parties, I don't believe that I've ever had more fun at a racetrack than I had that week. And I can't wait to see what is next. What else compares to bringing back Wilkesboro for NASCAR?
Junior, standing next to this trophy really makes my moment really special, even that much more special, and that's the youth movement in our sport. Think about it. We've got the youngest championship 4 ever in the history of our sport, and youth is being served. The future is now. Do not think for a minute that these drivers could not take the fight to some of the sport's greatest drivers. They're better prepared. They work hard. And think about the moments we put them in, how much pressure these guys are under. Winning races means more now than ever, Marty, and these drivers find a way to deliver.
Well, coming up next, what do you guys say? Let's give away $1 million.
Heck yeah, man. I want a race team.
The NASCAR Powerball playoff is coming to a grand finale. One of these 4 fans is about to win $1 million. We're not kidding, Brad.
Wow.
You don't want to miss the championship drawing next. Little money being handed out.
D-A-U-G-H-E-R-T-Y.
NASCAR Drive is your live race day companion. Follow your favorite drivers with access to their in-car cameras. Choose from alternate camera angles. You can customize your entire streaming experience. Just visit NASCAR.com/drive to watch all the action.
We are the champions! Yes! Oh my God, guys! 2 times, baby!
Chase Elliott is a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
And Kyle Larson is your 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Logano is a 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Heck, I don't know. I don't even know.
I'm speechless.
We did it!
This is unreal. I cannot believe it.
It just means so much. It's so special.
The moment of the last 3 championship races held here at Phoenix. DJ, here's the championship odds. Have they changed much at all this week?
No, they really haven't shifted much, so that means probably equal money going to all of them. Maybe Christopher Bell getting a little disrespected there. With that, I wouldn't be afraid to throw something at Ryan Blaney and Christopher Bell, who could win this race today.
Well, throughout the playoffs, Powerball has hosted its own playoff competition, giving fans an exciting new way to win. Now the official lottery game of NASCAR is ready to give away $1 million. Kim Kuhn is in victory lane with a championship for fans.
That's right, Marty. In August, we announced the round of 16 in the NASCAR Powerball playoff right here on NBC. Now, I'm here with the 4 finalists who made it through the playoff drawings and won a VIP trip to NASCAR Championship Weekend. One of them is about to go home with $1 million. Each finalist entered the national promotion through their state lottery, so let's meet them now. From Indiana, representing the Hoosier Lottery, Donald Pope. Representing the New Mexico Lottery, Peter Schmitz. From the Mississippi Lottery, we have Stephanie Walker. And our finalist from the South Dakota Lottery, Barbara Witt. Here's how the drawing will work. We are 40 balls waiting to drop into the machine. We've got 4 finalists, so the balls are numbered 1 to 4, and there are 10 of each number. The finalist whose number is drawn will be our champion. It's as simple as that. All right, here we go. All right, finalists, are you ready? Somebody is about to win $1 million. All right, let's pick a winner now. Congratulations, contestant number 3. You are the NASCAR Powerball Playoff champion. All right, how does it feel to be a millionaire in NASCAR victory lane? As you can see, very happy. Cannot handle themselves. What an incredible experience for this NASCAR Powerball Playoff champion. We'll be back next year to do it all again. Stay tuned to your local lottery for more information on how you can enter the NASCAR Powerball Playoff. And remember, every time you play Powerball, you are helping good causes in your home state.
Congratulations to Stephanie. I mean, $1 million, that's pretty good.
I don't know who was more excited, her or her friend. I think you're friends with somebody that won $1 million, man.
$1 million in victory lane is a pretty cool thing. You've had that experience, TJ. Most
it's been great to be able to help fans get that. But yeah, what an incredible. She didn't have to work nearly as hard as these 4 drivers are going to have.
That's a great
They might get a little more than $1 million.
Yeah. Brad, let's be honest. If you won the $1 million, you wouldn't even show up for segment 4, would you?
Oh, I wouldn't show. No, I wouldn't show up for segment 4. And I think Walker, her last name, that is close to Darty. I think there's cousins. I think we're cousins. Over there. I'm going to talk to her.
Chat her up. See if you can borrow some money from her. Hey, when we come back, time to chat with our next Championship 4 driver, Oklahoma native Christopher Bell. He calls Phoenix one of his favorite racetracks. We'll hear from the Joe Gibbs Racing driver trying to win it for the coach today. Next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Sonic. Here's what's on the menu presented by Sonic. Good time to remind you of the Championship 4 players, starting with the only driver who has a championship, Kyle Larson. He and his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, will try to win Hendrick Motorsports their 15th Cup Series championship. At 25 years old, William Byron is the youngest of the Championship 4 drivers. Byron and his crew chief, Rudy Fugel, are making their first appearance in the Championship 4. Ryan Blaney's trying to win Team Penske their 3rd championship in the last 6 years. The 29-year-old has all the momentum after winning in Martinsville last week. And Christopher Bell is in the Championship 4 for the 2nd straight year. Bell's crew chief, Adam Stevens, has 2 titles with Kyle Busch. If the 20 team could win today, it would be the 6th Cup Series championship for the coach, Joe Gibbs. Bell has 2 wins on the year, including a timely one 2 weeks ago at Miami that put him into the Championship 4.
That was my moment to make the Final 4.
A lot of ground to make up.
Didn't quite capture it. Las Vegas was my biggest loss of my career. To come up that close to making the Final 4, it stung. It stung really bad.
He can see a shot at the championship.
That's definitely one of the biggest wins of my career.
This is better than a dream come true.
Crazy how we went from almost going a lap down to winning. Literally going from being one of the slowest cars on the track to one of the fastest cars on the track.
He's been the one that's slowly rising to the top at the Gibbs Camping.
Hell yeah, buddy. Good job.
For the first time, a driver has swept the first round of poles in the playoffs.
Now champions are made, man. Good job.
Christopher Bell joins us now, riding around the racetrack, waving to the fans. So, Christopher, second straight year you guys used a win in the round of 8 to make the championship 4. What does it say about the 20 team that you guys can deliver in those pressure situations?
All about resilience, man. To be able to win the races that we've won the last 2 years is something that I am really proud of and will cherish for the rest of my life. But none are bigger than this opportunity ahead of us today.
Hey, Christopher, Dale Jarrett, I know that you have enjoyed all the week and leading up to this. I want to know, with the conditions today, you finally got some practice at a racetrack on Friday, and then watching the Xfinity race yesterday, how much of this racetrack is going to change, in your opinion, as to what you saw here back in March?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the March race is probably going to be our biggest tell as far as, notes and stuff like that, because our practice session that we had was really at nighttime. We concluded it at night, and we started in the sun setting, so the track temp was a lot lower than what it's going to be today. This place has lost a lot of grip over the last couple races here, and so it's going to be different than what we had Friday night. But it's a little bit of a unique weekend with having that 50-minute practice session and being able to work on your car and going through tech on Saturdays. So I don't think any of us really know what we have. We're all expecting each other to be competitive, and I think it's going to be a great race, but it's going to be hard to pick out a favorite right now.
You know, Christopher, the last 30-some-odd weeks, it's been the first 100 laps. You've been chasing points, chasing stage points. Today, there's none of that. How do you approach today? Is it aggression? Is it calculation? How do you go once that green flag falls today?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty glad that we're not chasing points today, because qualifying didn't go well. And if you qualify outside of the top 10, it's pretty tough to get stage points. But fortunately, we're in a position where the only thing that matters is lap 312. So, with 312 laps and however many pit stops in there, I don't think the qualifying position really is a big deal. Certainly having that #1 pit stall is going to be a big advantage. But aside from that, we just got to go out there and do our jobs. If I drive the car to the best of my ability, if Adam Stevens makes the right adjustments and our pit crew does their job, there's no reason why we can't be standing on top today.
Okay, so I know you don't lack any confidence. These moments don't seem to be too big for you at all. But I have to go back to Homestead, and you mentioned it in your little interview that you didn't have a good car, then you end up with a really, really good car. But my question is, are you going to be trying today from the very beginning?
I'm definitely going to be. You caught me off guard there, honestly. And I can promise you that I was trying all day at Homestead, too. But, yes, I'm certainly going to be trying from lap 1 to 312 today.
All right, so you go out, you got to race these other guys all day long. Tell us a little bit about the racetrack, though, because, you guys qualified, everything was done, it got cool. This is totally different today. What do you expect from the racetrack?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. It starts from the track preparation. And the last couple times we've been here, we've seen them spray PJ1 at one point, and then I'm pretty sure we just had resin down at one point, and this week they've sprayed nothing. Yeah. But there is still a little bit of that residual spray down from years past. And we saw yesterday in the Xfinity race that the top started coming in and getting sticky, and people were able to make lap time up there. So I would expect the top to come in and be a pretty viable option in the middle parts of this race, and that's what we all want. We want to be able to move around and have options. So without that fresh spray, I think it's going to keep the bottom in play, where you're going to be able to kind of run the bottom or the top wherever your car is working the best.
Well, Christopher, we appreciate the time. Best of luck today.
Thank you,
Christopher Bell will try to win a championship. Let's bring in Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Jeff, Christopher has been on the bottom of the odds sheet all week long. Is that a miss by the odds makers?
Well, I think it's a potential miss for sure. Christopher Bell is an exceptionally talented race car driver, and this team at times this year has been exceptionally fast. I'm not so sure that they have the speed of everybody this weekend. We'll see. They've stepped up in big moments. Christopher Bell, he's Toyota's homegrown guy. If you think about it, Toyota went all in on Christopher Bell, dirt track racing, late model racing, trucks, Xfinity, Cup, and he's never disappointed them. They believe in this guy 100%, and there's a reason because of what he gets on the racetrack.
Yeah, the other thing I see about Christopher Bell this year is leadership. They talked about, he brought to his team some concerns about execution before they made the playoffs, and they made changes, and here they are in a battle for a championship. He also talked to the team in the offseason about trying to get better at Phoenix. Their numbers last year weren't great. They came back here early in the start of the year, had a great run, had a great car, and they come into this race very confident because of that. So the leadership from that driver as he gets older and goes through this process of being a Cup driver, back for his second shot in the Final Four, that's what I'm seeing a difference in Christopher.
So, Kyle, bringing up the second shot at the championship four for Christopher Bell, you have to bring up the fact that the morning of the race last year, his team co-owner, Coy Gibbs, passed away.
Yes.
Very different circumstances this year. How does having one championship four under his belt help him today?
I'm not sure that even counts. I think this is his first championship attempt. I think you don't realize how much an event like that affects you, even when you think you put it out of your mind. I went through it on a little bit different basis with Adam's accident, but when you look at this, you don't know what's going on. You don't know which way to go. You don't know what decisions to make or where to turn. I think this is his first real opportunity, and I think his advantage is Adam Stevens. He's been on the box 7 times in the Final Four, has 2 championships under his belt, and with the maturity that we've seen him bring to the game in the last 5, 10, 15 races, these guys are primed to take that championship trophy.
Speaking of Prime, he said in our meeting the other day, in the words of Coach Prime, I keep receipts. And then he showed us a screenshot, DJ, of everyone's championship 4 picks. Our championship 4 picks.
How does he know?
He was not in one of them. Is that a real thing in a driver using bulletin board material as motivation?
Oh, I think he gets a kick out of it, and it's his way to get back. We're the ones with the microphone all the time. This was his opportunity to go back at him, and I think that this young man, don't count him out if his pit crew does their job today.
Anything you can use to get yourself a little bit more fired up, get a little bit of that grit in your crawl to get after it a little bit harder, heck yeah, you use it, man, every time.
Speed has not been an issue for the 20 team. DJ brings up the pit crew. That could be a potential issue today. Speaking of pit crews, coming up next, time to hear from our crew chief, Steve Letarte. How critical will pit road be today? Steve will rank the championship 4 crews. Plus, we'll hear from Kyle Larson. How's he feeling about a possible second title? And who do our experts think will win the title this afternoon? Find out coming up. Blake Shelton, Carson Daly, and Nikki Garcia, who, by the way, will be a part of the driver introduction shortly. They all star in Barmageddon, the wildest celebrity competition show on television. The games return Monday, November 13th on USA. It's Championship Sunday in NASCAR for Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, William Byron, and Ryan Blaney. It all comes down to this. One race in Phoenix. Highest finisher is the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion. Well, pit road could play a huge part in the champion deciding race today here in Phoenix. Nobody knows that better than our very own driver/commentator, Parker Kligerman. Parker, great to have you on the broadcast today. Number one, congratulations on a playoff run in the Xfinity Series this year. But how much of a factor will pit road be today, Parker?
Well, Marty, as you know, that the field on track has never been tighter in the NASCAR Cup Series in terms of the speed from 1st to 36. That means pit road has never been more important. For the driver here at this pit road, they're going to go down a straightaway at 1 speed. Then as they get into the corner, they're going to raise the speed in that race car because they're going a longer distance, which means they got to then get into the pit box. Here at the number 1 stall for William Byron, these pit boxes are historically pretty slippery. Once they get in, they come to a stop within inches of that pit crew. That pit crew is going to change 4 tires and fuel that car in around 9 seconds. Let me say that one more time. 9 seconds for 4-tire pit stops in NASCAR Cup Series. And then they hope to accelerate away. And one thing I got to tell you guys, this pit box is as sticky as I've ever felt my entire life because the 17, which is pitted by the 48 pit crew, was here last night. This 24 team asked them to lay sticky stuff. There is a ton down here, Dave. William Byron's going to have a lot of grip in his pit stall.
Well, Parker, one of the guys who's going to have to navigate those sticky pit stalls is Mike Hicks. He's the rear tire changer for Christopher Bell today. And he has some extra special motivation because his 9-year-old daughter, Giselle, is going to be one of the Diamond Anniversary dignitaries for NASCAR that is going to say Gentlemen, actually drivers, she corrected me earlier, drivers, start your engine. She tells me she's not nervous, but she's doing it because she's part of racing's future. She is a racer herself. She drives a winged go-kart, and of course it's always a family affair for the Hicks family because Dad helps her get strapped in, and whenever she needs a little extra support or maybe even just a hug, Dad is there for her. She's won 10 times this year, so she's had a really successful year, and Mike, for his part, has been on the NASCAR circuit for 19 years now. He's not gotten that championship winning trophy yet, Marty, but today, with a little extra motivation, Mike Hicks is going to go for it.
One of the best on pit road, Mike Hicks, with those very quick hands. Thanks, Dave. Here are the crew chiefs who will race it out today. Nice mix of, in this group of youth and experience. Rudy Fugle leads William Byron's team. Fugle has 5 Truck Series championships. Jonathan Hassler, longtime engineer under Paul Wolf, 2-time Cup Series championship crew chief. He'll get his first crack at a title today with Ryan Blaney. Adam Stevens is the veteran of this group, trying to become just the 7th crew chief in NASCAR history to win titles with 2 different drivers. And Cliff Daniels, known as one of the great leaders and motivators in NASCAR, trying for his 2nd championship in just his 3rd season with Kyle Larson. All that said, let's bring in our crew chief, Steve Letarte. So Steve, how can the crew chief affect the championship race today?
Well, there's some obvious ways with the decisions made, when you pit, what adjustments you make, but I really think it's the non-obvious things that are going to stand out. How would they handle adversity? Every one of these cars at some point, Marty, are going to handle an up or a down through the day. So how did you coach your team? How do you coach your driver? How do you lead? That, I think, is going to be the difference maker. All of these crew chiefs are deserving. They have the ability. The question is, when the pressure builds, when the vice tightens, how will they steer their team through the most pressure-packed moments?
So, Steve, how would you handicap the pit crews? Because we've seen pit road decide this championship before.
Well, the stats are clear, right? In my mind, the Hendrick cars are the most consistent and have the most speed. When you look at the numbers, the 5 and the 24 are near the top. I think the 5 has the most firepower. They have the most potential top-end speed. The 24 the most consistent. But let's not forget, at the bottom, that 20 car of Christopher Bell, that's the pit crew that won the championship, the pit crew championship in the middle of the summer. If they could pull off a cup championship today on pit road, everything will be forgotten. Nobody will care what their average is.
Steve, what is this moment like for these crew chiefs? What are the nerves like right now?
It was a sleepless night, I'm sure. It is not a very comfortable morning. You're wondering what is going to come up on the test. You've been preparing your team, your car, your driver, your pit crew, but you just don't know. Over the course of a season, the ebbs and flows, they kind of average out. But now this is one race with everything on the line, and you are hopeful that you have picked all the right things to cover, that this race can head it your way.
Good stuff, Steve. We'll see you for the call of the race. So a moment ago, Dale Jr. gave us a sneak peek of the original Cup Series trophy. Dave Burns, give us a little closer look at that trophy.
Marty, the first NASCAR championship trophy from 1948. So as they celebrate their diamond anniversary, 75 years, why not bring it back? It's a pretty cool thing. Raymond Parks was the car owner, and of course, Red Byron was the winner of the race. But you can see it's brass, it's wood down here, all that great walnut finish from way back in the day. Up on the top, I'm told this car is actually plastic. That is a Ford modified, but that's okay. I didn't touch it, I promise. But that's the old trophy from then. It was actually the first artifact that was ever delivered to the NASCAR Hall of Fame when it opened, thanks to Raymond Parks and his wife, Vi. Now, that's the old school. This is the new school. This, of course, is the Bill France Cup, so named after the founder of the sport. This is the one they're going for today, Marty. And that's pretty cool, too.
And an FYI to whatever driver wins, that trophy is actually heavier than it looks. But, Kyle, you know a story about that old trophy.
Listen, that old trophy sat in a liquor store in Atlanta, Georgia. That's no joke. Raymond Parks, had the liquor business. Ran moonshine a million years ago, but he had a liquor store just in where you see the Coca-Cola towers, just in that neighborhood. And I interviewed him a number of years ago, and it just sat on a shelf with a bunch of pictures. And here's the interesting thing, too. Let me say that. This sat there for probably 30, 40, 50 years. Nobody cared. Nobody paid any attention to it. They built the Hall of Fame. They donated it there. It's a priceless relic. Wow. But let me just go ahead and say, Red Byron won the first championship. William Byron is running today.
Wow, look at that.
Relation.
Way to work that in,
KP. Them in.
There you go.
75 years, baby.
DJ, this begs the question, where's your Cup championship trophy?
It's at my office back in North Carolina.
in like a case? Is it on display?
It's on display where you can see it. That's the first thing you see when you walk in.
That's what I would display as well if I won a Cup Series championship. I want to make sure everyone saw that. Time now for a very special Championship 4 driver introduction to the sold-out crowd here in Phoenix.
And now, here to present the NASCAR Cup Series Championship 4. Please welcome to the stage Wrestling Hall of Famer and host of Barmageddon, Nikki Garcia.
What up, Phoenix Raceway? I know y'all could be louder than that. Let's hear it. Okay, so 35 races had led to this moment. The field has been narrowed to the drivers that will compete for the NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to meet your Champ 4 drivers? Leading all of Cup Series drivers with 6 wins, including a checkered flag in the spring here in Phoenix, driving the number 24 Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports, making his Championship 4 debut. Give it up for William Byron. He was the first to secure his spot in the final round of the playoffs. The last time he made the Championship 4, he won it all to become your 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion. Driving the number 5 Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports, Kyle Larson. He punched his ticket to Phoenix with his win at Homestead Miami Speedway, driving the number 20 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing and making his second straight appearance in the Champ 4. Give it up for Christopher Bell. His win last weekend in Martinsville was one of 3 this season and locked him into his first ever appearance in the Championship 4. Driving the number 12 Ford for Team Penske. Make some noise for Ryan Blaney. The cars are graded. Our Championship 4 is locked in, and the countdown is on for the start of the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race right here at the Phoenix Raceway.
When we come back, we'll hear from the 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champ Kyle Larson. Plus, it's time for our championship picks. Who wins the title? Junior, Jeff, Steve, and the entire gang give their picks next. It's Championship Sunday for the NASCAR Cup Series. Boy, it certainly has a Game 7 feel here in Phoenix this afternoon. 10,000 campers on the property. The tickets sold out 6 months in advance, and there are the drivers who will go for it today. Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, William Byron, and Ryan Blaney battling for the biggest prize in American motorsports, the NASCAR Cup Series Championship. For some updates on the Championship 4 teams, let's go to pit road with Dave Burns.
Marty, why is no one picking Christopher Bell? The Vegas odds have him under the radar. Our experts don't have him at the top of their list, but crew chief Adam Stevens told me this morning that is not what we are seeing. We don't even feel that. We don't feel the disrespect, and our competitors know that when we are on our game, we are very, very hard to beat. It'll be Christopher Bell's second try at the Championship 4. Kim?
Well, Dave, Ryan Blaney is a third-generation race car driver who comes from a family of champions. His grandfather, Lou, won multiple dirt track championships. His dad, Dave, is an outlaw champion. His uncle, Dale, is an all-star champion. And today, Ryan has an opportunity to bring an asphalt championship to the Blaney family name, to add a NASCAR championship to that list, Parker.
Well, Kim, the William Byron, the 24 car, this is the fastest 24 car that Rudy Fugle could bring here to Phoenix. And why is that when the next gen era, when a lot of these cars are supposed to be the same? Well, they're all built to tolerances. He told me they went through this car 1,000 times, measuring every tolerance possible to make sure it maximized every bit of it. And guess what? He won the pole. So I think they got all those tolerances correct on this 24 car, ensuring it's super fast, Dave.
Parker, Kyle Larson's exciting to watch because he's always so close to the edge with his race car. But he was critical of himself this week, saying that because he's on the edge so often, he's perhaps too comfortable with the edge, leading to crashes. He pointed out that he's failed to finish a race more times than almost anyone this year. But he's also that driver who leads multiple positive categories and won 4 times. That's why you love him. And today, he seeks to win his second championship after a good, great, even better year.
Short track season has been kind to Kyle Larson.
Hell yeah, Marshall, baby!
I honestly have never thought that I would win here, so I don't have a spot picked out for the clock.
Southern 500, baby. Hell yeah!
Adding this trophy to the collection is going to be amazing.
High, push a checker flag. Hell yeah!
What a finish by Kyle Larson.
A lot of things could have gone wrong today, and the team stuck in there.
We've led the most laps. We've won 5 races. We're close to being the leader in top 5s and top 10s. So it's pretty wild that you can lead all that stuff and be leading the series in DNFs as well. But we kind of flip the script this weekend and close our story with a championship would be pretty amazing.
Great job all around, guys.
So, DJ, the season numbers for Kyle Larson show 4 wins. That doesn't account for the 7 times, to Dave's point, that they had the fastest car, according to Cliff Daniels, and didn't win the race. Are mistakes a concern for the 5 team today?
Yep, stats mean nothing today. It's beating
Okay.
3 other drivers and not making a mistake to cost yourself an opportunity to win this championship. That's been something. But Kyle Larson says it best himself. You know, but he puts himself out on that edge. He has to rein that back just a little bit to make sure he's around at the end to be a factor.
Right now, the 2021 champ is with Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, we're down here in the pits with Kyle Larson. Kyle, you're getting ready to run this race, but I wanted to ask you, man, you've been here before, but now you have a championship. The other drivers don't. I'm just curious, as a driver, what that's like coming into this race, already having that championship. Does this make you want that second more?
I want the second just as bad as I want the first, for sure. I think, you know, so far, you know, I would say just a little bit less nerves than the first time around, but there's definitely still some nerves. You know, it's just a big day, a big opportunity, one that I think our team is prepared for, and you're just looking forward to getting out there and getting racing to this point. Just done a ton of study in the last couple weeks, and now it's just ready to go.
Kyle, there's little doubt by anybody you guys will have enough speed to get done what you need to get done, but what worries you the most about this one race event?
I don't know. I mean, I think, you know, we probably weren't as fast where we want to be on Friday, but I think we made a lot of adjustments. Track was way different on Friday too. So I mean, the one thing that I wouldn't even say worries, I just don't really know how we're going to be yet today. So just need to get out there, make some laps. I know my pit crew is going to do a phenomenal job today. I know we can execute better than any team out there when we put it together. So just got to do our best to stay calm, stay focused, and execute a good race.
Yeah, I heard you make those comments about your car in practice, and we really didn't hear much feedback from the other drivers. Not a lot of radio chatter about balance of race car. What were some of the things you were dealing with?
I was just loose in, really loose in, would build loose off, and, you know, I felt really bad about it on Friday, and then when you get peeling it back and looking at everybody's data, I think everybody in the field is struggling. It was really slick, it felt like. So, again, I don't really know how we're going to be. It's different conditions, but, yeah, I know we have a long race ahead of us to work on it. So, you know, if we are off a little bit, we have time to catch up.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun watching these guys. This track's going to be completely different, Marty, than what they practiced on.
Yeah, that's the point Brad was making earlier. So, KP, I want to ask you what Junior asked Kyle Larson. How does being a past champion maybe help him today?
Listen, I think Kyle Larson, in his mind, it might be the first time he's ever been to the championship. I know this race is going to be the first time he's ever seen Phoenix. That's the way he approaches things. I've never seen pressure on this kid. when you interview him, his body language, he talked about being a little nervous. Show me something. I don't even see him sweating, you know what I mean? And it's interesting if you listen to what he said. He did a lot of studying. He didn't say he spent time in the sim. He said, I did a lot of studying. And he also said, I don't even know what we're going to have until we get out there. That's the kind of driver he is. He just adjusts to whatever's thrown at him. And when he gets out there, after he runs 4 or 5 laps, he'll start making those decisions and calls.
Yeah, you're 100% right. You see that, you just can feel the coolness in Kyle Larson. He is a mega talent. We all know that. We see him get in that sprint car and just dominate event after event. And he comes into the Cup Series, same thing. He drives the wheels off that race car. And I tell you something Christopher Bell talked about earlier that caught my attention. He was talking about the residual resin. If that does come into play, which they didn't have availability to that on qualifying, that will be in Kyle Larson's wheelhouse as we go throughout the day. Watch out for him.
Great point.
Okay, time for our championship picks. Junior, we'll start with you. Now, you picked Ryan Blaney back in January. Are you sticking with Blaney today?
Yeah, absolutely. Why would I change? The guy's coming off of a win at Martinsville. So much momentum and confidence in this team in the playoffs, and he's great here at Phoenix.
Yeah, look, great pick. But it's wrong. I'm going William Byron. I just think William Byron, the speed those guys have, Rudy Fugle, they are just lined up, Steve. I got William Byron.
Well, Jeff, I agree. I think 312 laps is going to race like a season, and for that reason, I'm taking the most consistent. 6 wins already. Today could be 7. Give me William Byron for that #1 pit stall.
Okay, pit box, our turn. DJ, you're up first.
Okay, the Dells are thinking alike. We're going on the Blaney trick right here.
Okay.
And one thing I can tell you talk about these drivers and hear them say they don't know what to expect. I'll assure them that it's not going to have more grip than what it had the other day because the temperature is way up there. So whoever can handle a slick racetrack is in good shape.
All right, listen, I've been with William Byron since we went to Daytona in February. I've been that way for so long. I just love this kid to death. So my motto right now is Byron in 49, Byron in 23. We're going to bookend this 75 years of NASCAR.
Have you guys lost your minds? Have you been sniffing fumes? Didn't we just talk about this guy being the most unbelievable race car driver on the face of the planet? You didn't pick Kyle Larson? I'm riding with Kyle today.
I need to borrow Christopher Bell's phone, DJ, because he's going to show us, hey, I keep receipts, right? Nobody picked Christopher Bell. And you go through the garage area this morning, and everyone says he's one of the best cars.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. And you talk about somebody being able to handle slick conditions. Christopher Bell does that as good as anyone. You talk about speed. It's not gonna be speed. It's gonna be whoever can handle these conditions.
And do not forget William Byron, the man right there on the pole today with that #1 pit stall. That could be huge when it comes down to the end of the race today. The captain, Roger Penske, here. Incredible. That could be their first ever back-to-back championships for Team Penske.
Remarkable.
Ryan Blaney could deliver that today. Kyle Larson. And to your point, Kyle, if the track changes, Larson's going to be good on that high line here this afternoon. No doubt about it. When we come back, what are you willing to do to win a championship? This race will test your morals. We'll discuss that next. Plus the pre-race ceremonies for NASCAR Championship Sunday from the Phoenix Raceway. Almost time to wave the green flag and determine the NASCAR Cup Series champion. Here are the 4 drivers who will race it out. The math is simple. There is no math. The highest finisher among these 4 is the 2023 champion. So, DJ, we have seen these playoff races test drivers' morals. One spot on the track can win you a championship. So what's acceptable and what's not?
Look, these drivers know what's acceptable. They know what they can live with. Spinning someone out, coming to get the checkered flag to win the trophy, I don't think that's acceptable.
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%. Spinning someone out in that situation, but at the same time, they remember they got to go to Daytona in February and race each other again.
I'm telling you, man, Mom, I love you, but I'm wrecking you if I got to get that checkered flag.
You would not really do that, Brad.
Yes, my mom loves me. She'd forgive me. I would wreck her, absolutely.
Time for today's pre-race ceremonies on a picture-perfect Arizona fall afternoon on NASCAR Championship Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Luke Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome the chaplain from the 56th Fighter Wing at Luke Air Force Base, Captain Jeff Rybold.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this race. Protect each driver, cover them with your grace. Chevrolet, Ford, and Toyota too. These mighty machines we lift up to you. Bless the drivers, pit crew, announcers, and crowd. After this prayer, help us all to cheer loud. For the race, I pray, illustrates what is true about finishing a race that's committed to you. Lord, bless the race and the post-celebration. This I pray to the God of creation. Amen.
And now, to perform our national anthem, please welcome the United States Air Force Band Singing Sergeants.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets regular bursting in gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
On the other side, Dell Jr. will explain why the restarts here at Phoenix are so crazy. It's time to get the engine started and decide the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion next on NBC Sports.
Been running fast, crossing county lines just to make my name in the city. I worked for this for all these years and I wouldn't break or back down. No. I fought through all my fears and all of my frustrations. I see the light is getting clear. I know I'm taking it now. It's my time. I'm taking it now.
For those four drivers, it's been an incredible year, but it all comes down to Phoenix today. How will the championship race play out? Let's get some updates from pit road, starting with Parker Kligerman.
Well, Marty, William Byron is known for his use of iRacing and simulation, but what you might not know is what a team like Hendrick Motorsports does with that. On Friday, they had a team there till 1 a.m. working scenarios out that helped this 24 car win the pole. They also have an Xfinity Series driver there today running scenarios for the 24 and the 5 to help these Hendrick Motorsports cars be as fast as they possibly can in this championship fight, Kim.
Well, Parker, for Ryan Blaney, it's been an entire Penske organization effort to prepare the 12 team to win this championship. At their competition meeting Monday, last year's champion and Ryan's teammate Joey Logano and his crew chief Paul Wolf walked the 12 team through every single thing they did to run well at Phoenix to win the title last year. Things that Blaney and his team are hoping to apply to get a little bit more speed. Ryan and his team told me they feel like they have a complete blueprint, Dave, of what they need to do to win here today.
Kim, from his office inside the 20 car, Christopher Bell will be communicating with that man right there, Adam Stevens on the right. What is happening with his race car? Adam told me that's not intuitive to a kid that grew up racing open wheel cars on dirt tracks where the track changed constantly and after 25 laps it was over. But he told me it's a part of Christopher Bell's game, giving that feedback that has improved tremendously in 2023. It could lead them to his first championship, Marty.
Dave, if Kyle Larson can win the title today, it would be his second in the last 3 years. And he told me this week this one would certainly feel a little bit different. In 2021, he said everything fell our way. This year, not so much. While we've had speed almost every week, we've made so many mistakes this year. So pulling off the title today for the 5 team, in Larson's words, would be a little more special. You know, DJ, in this format, every year, the champion has won this race. Does that streak continue today?
Absolutely. These are the 4 best drivers to this point. That's why they're part of the championship 4. They have 15 wins already. The rest of the field and all the drivers have 20. Yes, that's going to happen once again today.
Kyle, how are the nerves right now for those championship 4 drivers?
There are no nerves. They handed somebody their hat, their sunglasses, their nerves. They're in their happy place, getting ready to do the thing they love.
Time now for a very special NASCAR 75th anniversary command to start the engines for Championship Sunday.
At this time, we would like to welcome NASCAR President Steve Phelps.
Back in February at the Daytona 500, we kicked off our 75th anniversary season. We had 3 things that we wanted to accomplish. We wanted to celebrate our rich history. We wanted to celebrate the great racing that we have today, and we wanted to look ever forward to the future and the next 75 years of NASCAR. So as we wave the green flag on the last race of our 75th anniversary season, we would like to say thank you to the entire NASCAR community, our drivers, our race teams, our racetracks, our many sponsors, and our television partners. Thank you for a very memorable 2023 season. You know, there's one other group that I would like to thank, and they are the greatest sports fans in the world, and those are NASCAR fans. Thank you for all you do. We could not do this without you. And lastly, I want to say good luck to our Championship 4, to Ryan Blaney, to Kyle Larson, to William Byron, and to Christopher Bell. We look forward to seeing one of you and crowning you our 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion.
In celebration of NASCAR's 75th anniversary season, help me welcome our Diamond Anniversary dignitaries. Representing NASCAR's past, 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and inaugural member of the NASCAR Hall of Fame, the King, Richard Petty. He is a NASCAR Hall of Famer and Cup Series champion with 55 Cup wins, Rusty Wallace. He captured the 2000 Cup Series championship and has a total of 21 Cup Series victories. A member of the NASCAR Hall of Fame, Bobby Labonte. The first champion of the Cup Series playoff era. He had wins in 19 of his 22 seasons as a Cup regular. The 2004 Cup Series champion, Kurt Busch. And representing NASCAR's bright future, 4 youth racers from across the country. 8-year-old Brexton Busch is a third-generation racer. In 2023 alone, he has amassed an impressive 30 wins. 7-year-old Easton Kimbensi is a current driver of the NASCAR Youth Series from Tucson, Arizona. Giselle Hicks is a 9-year-old, 4th-generation racer, eager to carry on the legacy of her family's team, the Wood Brothers Racing. 10-year-old Grayson Walcott is a fast-rising go-kart racer from Chicago. He even made his debut as a junior sports commentator this summer at NASCAR Chicago street race events. And now, here to give the command for the championship race, our Diamond Anniversary dignitaries and representing NASCAR's premier partners. From Anheuser-Busch, Senior Brand Manager for Busch Light, Christina Danko. From Coca-Cola, Senior Manager of Motorsports Marketing, Al Rondon. And from Xfinity, Comcast Senior Manager of Brand Partnerships, Sarah Hale.
Driver, start your engines!
What a massive day for our sport. We're crowning a champion today. Many of the legends are here. Also Carlers, Rick Hendrick, Joe Gibbs, Roger Penske. They all have championships. But this will be a game changer, a life changer today. For one of these guys winning their first one, Kyle Larson looking to be a multi-time champion.
Restarts here in Phoenix are wild, often resembling a whole shot in motocross with drivers going 5, 6, even 7 wide, all trying to be the first one to turn one. Contact is often made, but if you make all the right decisions, there's tons of positions to be gained. It won't be enough to be good today on restarts at Phoenix. You'll have to be great. Let's get this party started. Coming up after the break, it's the green flag.
Fate and opportunity collide. Will they be ready? Ready to be a legend? It took me 42 years to finally match my father.
It's just an awesome feeling.
Today, the youngest championship 4 is about to make history.
Time to crown a champion.
A champion is back.
Oh my God, guys!
Phoenix tested. With the will to endure,
Go to Phoenix, boys.
a grassroots racer continuing to write his own script. A legendary number returns for even more glory.
William Byron emerges.
With that same young spirit and same dominating passion.
His 6th victory of the year.
Second chances are rare.
Hang on.
But an overshadowed rising star is ready to shine.
Today, Christopher Bell delivers.
For some, it's not how they fall,
Blaney's involved.
but how they get back up. Carrying a family name further.
Let's go race for a championship.
Phoenix championship history is continuing to grow stronger. The playoffs end today in the desert. For one driver, destiny awaits.
It's the NASCAR Cup Series Championship from Phoenix Raceway. Nestled here in the desert in Avondale, Arizona. Well, the concept may be simple, but the execution is anything but. The Champ 4 driver that finishes in front of the other 3 is the champion. Now, these 4 drivers are the best of the best, from Kyle Larson, who's arguably the greatest race car driver in the world today, to the youngest title contender at just 25 years old, and William Byron, who is the winningest driver this season. Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney join Byron in their search for that life-changing first championship. And Steve, let's dial up the pole winner in William Byron.
He's on the pole, the best starting spot. Let's see if we can get a hold of him. Hey, William, it's the NBC booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, Steve, I got you. What's up?
Well, buddy, 36 weeks, 6 wins have positioned you here in the championship race. What are the nerves, the confidence, the mindset rolling off here behind the wheel?
Yeah, I'm just really confident in our race team. We've got a great race team, and we've worked really hard all year. Everyone has to be here, but I feel like our group has put together a great season, and we've never let up. So today's the day, and I'm excited to just get out there and race and do our thing.
Handicap it for the fans, a very difficult 1-mile racetrack with challenges at each end. How do you tackle Phoenix?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, it's kind of a intermediate short track, I guess. But, yeah, you got 2 different ends and got a lot of heavy braking and trying to get the throttle down on exit and trying to get through the middle of the corner. So pit road's tough, and just trying to manage everything. Restarts are wild and crazy, too.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time. You've had an amazing season. I know the fans appreciate it. Good luck today.
Yeah, it's important. Thanks to all the fans for watching. Thanks to you guys for all the work all year.
Well, William Byron has the best look out the windshield, Parker. He will roll off from the pole position.
Right, Steve, and his rise to this moment has been amazing. The 25-year-old only started racing 11 years ago, and since then has amassed 22 wins throughout the NASCAR race, but none could mean as much as today. Today represents not only a chance at a championship, but to complete a meteoric rise, the highest honor in American motorsports. He can remove himself from that full potential category and cement himself as one of the youngest champions in NASCAR Cup Series history. We'll see if the 24 team can get it done, Marty.
Well, Parker, when it came to car selection for his teammate Kyle Larson and the 5 team for the championship race, Cliff Daniels told me that was an easy decision. They brought the car that started the playoffs with a win at Darlington. Then it almost won Texas, and it did make it to victory lane at Las Vegas. I said to Cliff Daniels Friday, that's a pretty good car. He said, no, it's our best car. Larson and Daniels hoping the best horse in their stable takes them to their 2nd championship in 3 years, Dave.
Continuing through the starting lineup, Christopher Bell will be 13th when they take the green flag this morning. It'd be interesting to see what he could do in this pressure-packed situation. It was a year ago that he won his way to the championship 4 with walk-off wins. Wins when it was the only option for him to do, and he believes that that is part of his mindset that helps him in situations like this. Today, not so much that, Kim, but just a strong race for the championship.
Well, Dave, you look at row 8 and you see Ryan Blaney. He qualified in the 15th position, the lowest of the championship 4. And when I talked with Ryan after his qualifying effort, he was a little miffed at the result, but also acknowledged qualifying has not been their strong suit this year. They have every reason to believe they can win this race. They had the fastest 15-lap average in practice. They feel confident about their race speed and this track. Ryan has finished runner-up in the last 2 Phoenix races.
Well, that's where the championship 4 drivers will start. You see the other names on that list as far as the starting grid. The Toyota Tundra Hybrid 1794 edition holds what all the Championship 4 drivers are chasing. That's the Bill France Cup. This all-new Tundra has showcased the championship trophy at Phoenix Raceway throughout the weekend, including leading the field right now on the opening pace laps. Steve, all right, as the field is making their way onto pit road to check their pit road speed, as a crew chief, what are you looking for on championship day?
Well, when I talked to my driver earlier before he got in that last communication through the window net, you kind of get to look into his eyes and see his confidence level or his nerves. The same on pit road. I'm climbing off the pit box one more time, walking around, talking to each one of my crew members personally, direct, because in the end, they have to find a way to do it on their own. You can only do so much from on top of the pit box. You can communicate and you can plan, but these are all of those early mornings in the gym, all the early mornings in practice, all the late nights in the engineering room. This is when it all gets stacked together.
So the field making their way off of pit road. We've talked so much about the fact that #1 pit stall, an advantage for William Byron. He has to just go a few feet before he gets to the line that tells where they will restart. As we look now at the race analysis, Steve, a short race, just 312 laps.
Yeah, really a sprint. The first stage doesn't require a pit stop, only 60 laps long. The second stage at 125 laps, they will need a pit stop. Final stage 127 laps, fuel window 90 to 94 laps. These Goodyear tires have good grip. They hold on pretty well, but new tires are an advantage. Gives the crew chiefs a lot of options.
And for the Championship 4 at the stage in during the regular season, they were worried about getting those stage points. The top 10 get them at the end of each stage. Here it doesn't matter. 4 driver finishes in front of the other 3. They have won the championship. But again, the 9 previous years, the champion has had to win this race to win that title.
And while there's a sentimental favorite with Kevin Harvick, who wouldn't want to see him go out on top, I still think it's those 4. I think the Championship 4, they've proven to be the best. That's why they're in this situation. I think they are raced with a little more respect, and I think that makes it a little bit easier. But this moment for Kevin Harvick has to be emotional. What he's done in this sport, coming in the manner in which he did, winning so many races, 10th all time. This is a first ballot Hall of Famer we get to send off.
All right, so we've talked a lot about the drivers, but Parker, these pit crews play a very instrumental role in who gets out front and could potentially win this race.
Definitely, Rick, and you guys talked about the first pit stall and the advantage there. This 24 team told me it's worth a couple tenths of speed to be in that first pit stall, but also in their pocket, that 24 pit crew, the fastest pit crew in 4-tire stops in the 2023 season here in the NASCAR Cup Series. So for William Byron, he's got the best pit stall. He's got the fastest pit crew. If they can nail it, Marty, it could be looking at a very good day.
So, Parker, are these pit crew guys athletes? Absolutely. I wanted to introduce you to Calvin Teague, who is the rear tire changer for Kyle Larson, and he injured his knee at Atlanta back in July. He was out 8 weeks after knee surgery, came back for the first race of the playoffs, did 7 stops that day, and they won the race. This pit crew is top 3. They've been top 3 all year long, Dave. They could deliver Kyle Larson another championship like they did in 21.
Marty, earlier this season, the crew for Christopher Bell was #1 on pit road. That's why they were switched from a teammate that was not in the playoffs to Christopher Bell's race car. It has been less than 100% smooth since they got here, but they represent several sports backgrounds: football, baseball, basketball, and motocross. They know when it's game day. Today, they're going to bring it. Kim?
Well, Dave, for Ryan Blaney's crew, I asked them what was their approach to this week preparing for this championship race, and they told me if you're going to win a championship, you have to be pitting like you want to win a championship each and every week of the playoffs. They feel like they've done that over the course of these 10 races. Specifically last week, they said nothing is going to be harder than what we did last week pit stop wise.
It's the last race for Kevin Harvick. Here's his radio.
Hey, Dad. I'm so proud of you. You've had a great career. Finish it off with World War.
4, buddy. Thank you.
Good luck, Dad.
Thank you, Piper.
Keelan and Piper saying, Dad, good luck on your last race. It's time to find out who the champion of 2023 will be. William Byron, Mark Truex Jr. Green flag is in the air. Through 1 and 2 clean. And now the fight for second is on. Harvick on the inside. Martin Truex Jr. on the outside.
As his first lap finishes, the nerves will settle in for the drivers. We heard Kyle Larson. He just wanted to know what he had in his race car. He's getting that right away as he makes a dive onto the flat. 3 wide for second.
Into turn 1. He's trying to hug that yellow line. Up the racetrack he goes. That makes Harvick have to go up a little bit higher than he wanted to.
The Father Larson talked about that car being loose in practice on entry. He's probably a little bit nervous about sending that car into the corner underneath the board for the first time. Learning about how this car can handle how much grip it has. They're doing that right now. Almost contact there, racing really close.
It's door to door for second. Larson trying to take it away from Harvick. Harvick holding on to it right now.
You can see right now the racetrack is ready in that second lane. A lot of times this racetrack is too dirty to run up the high line, but right now it's ready to roll.
Ryan Blaney back here in traffic. This is what he has to deal with.
He has one of the championship Fords, that 20 of Christopher Bell right in front. These are the two cars that I thought actually had the smoothest practice, but come qualifying time, they struggled the most. That's easy to recover as long as you're a little bit fortunate. You don't want one of these cars around you to have an issue.
Slips up the track right there on entry just behind the 99 of Daniel Suarez. His teammate back there, Logano, trying to give him a little bit of room here to work. There you see Christopher Bell on the inside of Daniel down in the corner.
Logano playing like a trapeze spotter back there, just making sure if anybody gets close, he can help protect.
Roles reversal last year, right? Last year, Logano was racing for the championship, and Blaney played that role, trying to help Joey out.
Multiple lines around this racetrack, and they're being searched out early.
Blaney had a similar starting position last week at Martinsville, and over the period of the first run drove through the top 10. Once this sort of settles out, this battle between Christopher Bell and the 99, I'm curious to see what the 12 can do.
Still door to door as Bell trying to clear that 99, but can't do it. Now Blaney looks in between them.
Christopher's clear. Will he drive up in front of the 99? He does.
And now Suarez looks to the inside of Bell.
All these drivers are going to run so many different lines. You see Bell sort of in the middle of the two cars in front of him, trying to find clean air for the nose of that car. Here he tries to run just slightly lower than the 17 in front of him. This racetrack provides so many lines for these drivers to be able to find that clean air and keep those cars working.
On lap 7, we're already seeing drivers on the apron as well as drivers up probably 3-4 lanes higher in turns 1 and 2. Toyota on board of Christopher Bell giving us this view.
Even though it is wide, Rick, it still is difficult to make the pass on the inside. We watched in the Xfinity race last night, a lot of cars running side by side and trying to make passes. They were hard to make. So as the drivers on the outside line learn more about the outside line, learn more about its grip and gain more confidence, put more rubber down out there, I expect it to be even more difficult to make passes on the inside.
Here Christopher Bell tries to get by Kyle Busch. Take that spot away.
And you see the 41 of Priest jump to the outside of the 17 there. Going to see that a lot as this race goes on. Drivers trying to get on the right rear quarter panel. And he's going to probably complete this pass.
Priest into turn 3 and can't get down in front of that 17 of Buescher. But now,
but he'll be able to carry momentum on corner exit, Rick. That's really the advantage in running the top lane, is that it's not about corner entry speed. It's about the speed you can carry through the middle and exit, and that's why it's so difficult making that pass on the bottom. You see right here, Kyle Busch right alongside Blaney will actually beat him down the front straightaway, carry a little more speed. It makes Blaney have to actually overdrive the corner, try to slide up in front of Busch. That's exactly what he did.
So Blaney able to clear Busch there. And again, just in front of him is Christopher Bell. Bell made the comment earlier to us that just getting to this race was a very difficult task.
Yeah, the challenge of reaching the championship 4 is a race in itself. To be able to execute 3 rounds of the playoffs, which are 3 races at a time, and then have the point reset where if you don't have the regular season that you need, you go back below the cutoff line. So, it really is a race in its own being, trying to make the Final Four.
And he's made it back-to-back years. He was here a year ago and wasn't able to close out the deal as Logano was able to win the championship last year. Dave.
Rick, in the pre-race, you guys talked about how the cars seem to be the best in practice, but not, or one of the best in practice, but not that great in qualifying. Adam Stevens, the crew chief, was not concerned about that qualifying run because the practice was, in fact, so good. He said, we didn't change a spring on that car. That is the same 4 springs we had back at the shop when we were just thinking about what we thought would work well. So no concerns right now. Bell just radioed in, just a little tight. That was on lap 11.
Yeah, long race, 13 laps into this race, which is 312 total. Again, 2 stage breaks will be guaranteed cautions for them. But even under caution, you don't really get to catch your breath. Bell hugging that yellow line right next to the apron. Still can't clear that 17 of Buescher. Bell fighting back here in the 13th position. Blaney just a spot behind him. The other 2 Champ 4 drivers are up front. Byron running in the #1 spot with Harvick running second, and Kyle Larson currently in third. William Byron leading the first laps here in this championship race at Phoenix Raceway.
25th anniversary of the Coca-Cola racing family. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
It's still William Byron that is out in front. Joey Logano, last year's champion, currently in the 17th position back there in his Ford Mustang. We talked a lot about Bell trying to get by Buescher. Well, Buescher is really on the move as he moves up. Buescher is running the 10th spot. Denny Hamlin with the Coke Zero Sugar onboard camera, looking forward at Ross Chastain up there. Denny Hamlin running in the 7th spot, trying to take 6th away from Chastain.
I love when I see these two racing each other on the racetrack. I know that, they've had some run-ins, but Denny's been complimentary of Ross at times in the media and on his own podcast. But still, we know that they want to best each other on the racetrack. So a lot of fun for us to be able to see on that. One car is right now driving away. Denny, not a really good lap, this particular lap on the racetrack, probably going to make some adjustments.
Yeah, for these 2 drivers, obviously they came into this year hoping to be able to be in this championship race, but Denny Hamlin had the speed to get it done, had some bad luck, power steering issue. That really cost him. He ran well enough, just to not have a clean last segment of these playoffs. And this guy right here also, Chris Buescher, he was great this year. Good year for RFK, and he has a fast race car. And their disappointment is real for not being in this championship battle, but you can make yourself feel a whole lot better by having a great day today.
Yeah, the 17 car was kind of, running pretty neutral lap times, in the 41 of Priest had driven by. Now he's found something in this car, and he's passing this 45 car Reddick, already passed the 54 Ty Gibbs. You see the other championship contenders behind him there, but this 17 moving forward, running some really good lap times, a couple tenths faster than the cars around him.
Steve, Chris Buescher really threw a manufacturer on his back this year. I know there was a lot of question if Ford could get out there and win races. Well, all of a sudden, Chris Buescher rattled off a couple wins, and everybody looked at him and went, well, okay, it must not be the manufacturer then, because he's running really well.
I think he put the other 4 teams on notice. There's a lot of whispers about maybe the power or maybe the bodies or the things that were holding that blue oval back. But then when RFK, specifically Buescher, came to life and did it at multiple different styles of racetracks. First, the short track of Richmond, a race that I thought his teammate and owner, Brad Keselowski, had a chance to win. And then when the winning continued at a high-speed Michigan, that was it. That was the exclamation point that said, a blue oval can win anywhere. You wonder if that's why Blaney is here in the championship 4 and then topped it off with, hey, go to the World Center of Racing. I mean, it's always fun to win at Daytona.
And a 1-2 finish. He had Brad Keselowski right behind him there, pushing him to the win. As a matter of fact, Brad Keselowski's back here, and congratulations to the Keselowski family as they just introduced a boy into their family yesterday. As a matter of fact, Brad Keselowski flew back home to the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Wasn't there for qualifying here yesterday, but was there for the birth of his son, and now is back behind the wheel of the 6 car today. Dave.
There he is right there. Brad Keselowski from 35th starting spot is up to 22nd. So he's making progress. He got here about 11 o'clock this morning, making sure that everything was good to go for him in the race car. Cole Custer actually qualified it in 31st, and the team told me that was just fine. We just need to make sure everything was okay. Brad just radioed the crew. Car is very good. He might have a fun day out here, the new dad.
And Dave, remember when you talk about Cole Custer, you have to refer to him as Xfinity Series champion now. That's who qualified the car for Brad Keselowski yesterday, and he won the Xfinity Series championship last night right here on this track. William Byron still out front. He has a 1.2 second lead now, Parker.
Right, Rick, and he and Kevin Harvick have been trading fastest laps back and forth, but Williams' team asked him before this race to give them reads on the race car. Sometimes he can go silent. They said we need a lot of reads, and just a couple laps ago he had this to say on the radio.
Entry to 1, but pretty good everywhere, I think. Slimy with the rears. Not really loose, a little slimy.
The 4 is moved up in 1 and 2, just moved up both ends.
And that sliminess has developed into being free on the entry and free on the exit. The team continues to update him on the line that Harvick's been running on the higher side as he tries to drive away from that 4 car right now, Marty.
Kevin Harvick in second right now, Parker, in his final full-time Cup Series start. You know, he admitted I haven't really shown much emotion until this week, and I asked Rodney Childers about that, and he said that emotion came out Monday night in a team dinner. Childers told me that Harvick got about 1 sentence into his team speech and started crying. Rodney said they all looked at each other and said, we've never seen him have emotion like this. We didn't know how to react, but that shows you how much his race team means to him. Jeff, you've been through this before. What was that final start like for you? What's the emotion on this day? Hey, knowing I'm not going to be in a Cup car anymore.
You put your whole life into it, Marty. You grew up as a kid dreaming to be able to drive a race car, and you've had the unbelievable opportunity to do it. And it's hard to imagine a life without it. And as you get closer, the reality of that starts stepping up into your brain. Like, what am I going to do next? What hole is going to be left inside of me when I don't have this anymore? And it is a scary situation for a race car driver, especially someone like Kevin Harvick that has put so much into it.
Yeah, it's definitely emotional, but I'll tell you right now, 32 laps into the race, he's thinking about being a race car driver. He sees that he's competitive to this 24. He's matching lap times with the leaders. He's at one of his best racetracks. So he's gaining confidence in a season where they've not had a lot to be confident about. He is gaining confidence in this race car, and we'll start to consider, like, what really could happen today. This might be a race where they could go out there and contend for the win. At the very least, continue that streak of 20 record straight top 10s at this racetrack.
Yeah, Harvick, he has a cup record of 20 straight, man. That is hard to imagine.
And Hunt Brothers Pizza has been with him for a lot of those years where he's finished in that top 10 position. William Byron right now leading the field still here at Phoenix. NBC Sports coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series Championship is brought to you by Progressive. Keys to Progress program, providing cars to veterans in need. Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by Novartis. Well, Sundays are for taking it easy and NASCAR. Bud Light's making both easier to enjoy by giving you the chance to win a year's worth of beer. Scan that QR code on your screen to enter. A sold-out crowd here at Phoenix Raceway. There are 10,000 camping stalls and spots. Those were filled up on Monday, and it has been sold out since the summer as far as this championship race to find out who will win the title. As we see, Ross Chastain has made his way by Martin Truex Jr. And so Chastain up into the top 5. Martin Truex Jr. after starting on the front row has fallen back to 6th. Bubba Wallace also having a good run right now, running in the 3rd spot behind Kevin Harvick, and of course Byron still out front by 1.1 seconds.
Looking over to the leaderboard, you'll see that Bubba Wallace has made his way around Kyle Larson for 3rd position. Let's take a look at that replay. I saw the lap time on the 5, very, very slow. Here he is way up the racetrack. 23 to the inside down the front straightaway. Bubba Wallace had good speed. He's matching the leaders. Down into turns 1 and 2. 5 car still at the top of the racetrack. Bubba's going to clear him right here. So I'm wondering if the balance, you know, the 5 car of Larson was the only driver that we really ever heard comment about the balance of his race car in practice. And so I wonder how this 5 car is driving and if Larson wants some improvements, Marty.
So Dale Jr., he was concerned about the car being too free. It is too free here in the race as well, especially in turns 3 and 4. In fact, a moment ago, he said, I just have absolutely no grip. And Steve, the quote from Cliff Daniels was, I can see that you're turning right in turns 3 and 4. We'll have an adjustment for that. Turning right in a left-hand corner, not a good thing, is it, Steve?
It's not a good thing, but what has definitely changed in racing is that Cliff can see it. He's looking at data, real live driver inputs. I think that has changed the dynamic and the relationship of driver crew chief. Now you don't have to ask the driver every single question. Look at the data and then point your questions in the direction of what you see you're being beat by or what you need, as now the 5 under attack from the 1 of Ross Chastain. Yeah, these two have had an eventful year. You mentioned Denny Hamlin and Ross Chastain. Well, Kyle Larson and Ross Chastain as well, all the way back to Darlington.
Yeah, the 1 car goes by relatively easy on the bottom, and here's the 19 of Truex as well in the top of the picture. Down the bottom of the picture, trying to close in on the 5 as well.
If you're Larson, your challenge right now is to recognize that there are no stage breaks. You're not racing for stage points. This is a race to lap 312. And you know that the key to winning this race is being in position. And so what the game is right now, Steve, is to keep communicating, keep telling your crew chief, he can see it, but what exactly am I dealing with? And keep making changes to the car, so it's better when it needs to be. Many times the worst run of the day is this one, the first one. The track is super slick. Do not panic at this point, Kim.
And Ryan Blaney currently running in the 11th position. He had a fast car in practice, battled a loose condition in practice. That's continued today. In fact, lap 13 said, I am loose in, loose off. Let's fast forward. What is he saying now about his car? Take a listen.
I have no grip, no speed. I'm starting to get tight in the middle here, 1 and 2, but my entries are so loose, my exits are so loose. Front's starting to chatter, but I just need to be tightened up.
So despite that loose condition, still finding speed on the racetrack. I'm going to throw it to you guys. Do you get a sense of panic in Blaney's voice?
Well, I'll tell you right now, when you look at this speed, he just ran the 2nd fastest lap on the track. I know that he probably doesn't know that, but the car drives badly, but I would tell him, look, the laps are competitive. I know you're not happy about the balance. I know you think you're losing tons of time because of how badly you think the car drives, but you're not. The lap times are good. We'll make the adjustments. Hang in there and finish this out.
And I'm attacking the entry first. I don't want, in the most pressure-packed race of your career, you chasing the back of the car every time you enter the corner. Because if I get a little better on entry, you're going to have to help me. You're going to have to put the car in the right position for the other 2/3 of the corner.
Championship 4 right now. It's Byron out in front. Larson's running 5th. Christopher Bell is 9th, and Blaney back in 11th.
It's orientation day. Welcome to the team.
Who wants to race?
I like this team.
Be part of something greater. Toyota. Let's go places.
Right now, Sonic's small hand mix shakes are $1.99 all day. It sells itself, so I'll just list flavors in my sexy voice.
Chocolate, strawberry, peanut butter.
$1.99 small classic shakes all day at Sonic.
You've waited all year for Black Friday. Right now at Ashley, find unbelievable discounts on top-rated furniture with 0% interest for 60 months in-store only. Shop Doorbusters starting at just $199.99 and featured finds starting as low as $22 a month in-store only. Only at Ashley.
At
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America. Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. It's your mission. It's your Verizon.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
You can always bet on Biggie and now earn free food when ordering on the Wendy's app.
On the track, yeah, this race can be a close one. That's for the lead. Off the track, things get even closer. Join the celebration of North America's most prestigious sports car race and get closer to the action all weekend long with free garage access. Plus nonstop entertainment, autograph sessions, and more. It's the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and it doesn't get any closer than this. Secure your infield admission today at DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com.
Four drivers fighting for a championship here at Phoenix Raceway between Byron, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, and Ryan Blaney. Again, the one that finishes in front of the other three will be the champion at the end of this race. And Byron has held his spot up top. Bell and Blaney, they've been moving forward. But Marty Larson, he's the one who's dropped back a couple spots since the start.
Going the other direction. Is the handling any better on the 5-car? Listen in.
Yeah, just no grip, in or off.
Yeah, it's in for tight more than anything, right?
No, I'm going to spin out.
On entry?
I'm more worried about exit probably, but entry sucks too.
Way too free for Kyle Larson with temperatures in the 90s, Junior. I don't think that's helping that free condition for Kyle Larson either.
I will say I'm glad that they did not have a misunderstanding and him get adjustments under the pit stop to loosen the car up more. That would have been a really big, difficult situation to be in the next run on tires. So good to get that communication out of the way, but hopefully they can make the adjustments to help Larson.
Kevin Harvick right now, he is coming. He has got the bottom of the racetrack working. William Byron trying to use the top. Everybody is slipping and sliding. Nobody has their car driving the way they want it to be. That's right up Kevin Harvick's alley. That's where he's been so good his entire career. Places where it gets slick. Car slides around a lot. Tires wear out.
Under 5 laps now, 4 to go in stage 1, and the gap went from 1.2 seconds to 2 seconds, or 0.2 seconds. And so Harvick has definitely closed the gap. Byron has been putting cars a lap down all the way to 28th, so Todd Gilliland currently on the lead lap. But William Byron looking very strong, but now for the first time Parker under attack.
As he tries to hold off Kevin Harvick here. What you heard about the 5-car is similar to what's happening to William Byron inside that 24. They told him to manage the build for the right rear, but it's continually built looser, and he used the word hovering in the rear as he goes to the corner. That is an uncomfortable feeling for a race car driver trying to lead a race here at Phoenix. That just means that rear end is not in the racetrack the way he wants it. He tries to hold off this 4-car to end of stage 1.
Got a lot of traffic in front of the leader, Byron, and also creeping into this battle for the lead is the 1-car of Chastain back there at the top of the screen, making a lot of great lap time.
Just 2 laps to go in stage 1. William Byron in the spring led 64 laps in his win here. He ran top 5 all but 3 laps. We'll see if he can keep that up, as now the 4 gets to his inside for the lead.
Kevin Harvick has just been working the bottom of the racetrack. He makes good time on corner entry. He's able to really roll right here.
The lap car is up in the top groove in front of the 24. That takes away a little grip in 3 and 4. Byron pulls back ahead down the front straightaway.
Now the final lap of stage 1. And Harvick
again
hugging that yellow line.
Again to the top of the racetrack, Rick. That lap traffic's giving it, making it a little difficult on the 24, but he clears again.
It's Todd Gilliland just in front of the 24. Both go down to the yellow line through 3 and 4. And William Byron is going to come out of 4, and he will win stage 1. Ross Chastain, big fight there at the end as Harvick gets second, but Chastain right on his back bumper. Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson in the top 5. Truex Jr., Buescher, Eric Jones, Bell, and Blaney all finishing up in the top 10 at the end of stage 1. So Byron gets the first win of the day. He wins stage 1.
My way of putting the bread on a table at home.
NBC Sports coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series Championship is brought to you by Pods. Save up to 25% at pods.com during Pods holiday sale. And by Applebee's. Vets and active military eat free this Veterans Day. Pretty close call for the 5 of Kyle Larson at the end of stage 1. Take a look at this. It's 3 wide, and Cindric almost sliding into the door of Larson.
Yeah, there were 2 cars on the outside of Larson that had been battling for the free pass. J.J. Yaley actually beat Cindric back to the line to be able to get the free pass, and I believe those 2 were arguing about how they got raced on those final couple corners.
First time down pit road today, Steve. 10 speeding penalties here in March.
Yeah, the longest pit road in the whole circuit. I mean, look at it. They enter off turn 2. They don't exit until off turn 4. They run nearly a half a lap on pit road, Kim.
And for Ryan Blaney, we heard it, no rear grip. He said the entry is really bad. He's looser into 3 than into 1, but similar problem both ends. Crew Chief Jonathan Hassler said, we'll tighten you up, maybe a 1 change. And he said probably needs more than that, but we can start there. Dave?
Tire carrier Jake Holmes has a wrench in his teeth. That'll adjust the chassis. Air pressure as well. Loose in, Marty.
So Kyle Larson wound up falling back to 5th, Dave, and he said it actually wasn't terrible at the end of the run, but he said, quote, when the track has speed, I can't take advantage of it. You need to help my exit, Parker.
Marty, William Byron at the bottom right of your screen gets into his pit stall fine here. He was building loose as well on the entry and the exit of the corners. They do 4 junior tires and fuel, and that 2014 will end off first pit road.
Stall very important as we see the top 3 holding their spots. Larson gained 1 on pit road, as did Buescher. Well, the past 5 years, the championship has been settled right here at Phoenix Raceway. It is life-changing for these drivers once they get out front and able to claim that title. It is something they will never forget. And a year ago it was Logano. Who will it be this year? NASCAR Fantasy Live lets you keep tabs on your fantasy lineup throughout the race and allows you to adjust your picks until the end of stage 2. Visit NASCAR.com/fantasy, or you can select the fantasy icon on the mobile app leaderboard to make in-race changes. Well, we're very lucky to have Parker Kligerman as a part of our broadcast team, because just yesterday, Parker, you were out here on this racetrack fighting for positions in the Xfinity Series.
Yes, Rick, and one of the things you will see on each and every restart here at Phoenix is these drivers cutting the dog leg behind me. Now, there is nothing that can prepare you for how violent a moment that is in the race car. Yesterday in the race car, multiple times, my head felt like it was going to be, but my helmet was actually bouncing on my head. Your head will knock between the headrests as you go through there, and the earlier you turn down from the start-finish line, the more violent it is, and then you have to rejoin the track, guys. It's incredibly tough as these drivers go through there, and it's just nothing will prepare you for that moment that you hit into the ground for the banking. It's intense, Junior.
Yeah, we're watching riding on board with the drivers as they're going through this process. The other thing that it presents is down into turn 1, there's so many cars that are in different grooves. What groove is yours? What groove can you take? Do you want to take? And are you clear to move about, right? Are you going to get clipped by a car going high or low? We see contact almost every single restart getting down into turn 1. But the traditional line through 1 and 2 tends to prevail off of turn 2. That's really where things sort themselves out. The drivers that go to the bottom, they're taking a gamble that it's going to work, but often they lose a lot of momentum on corner exits. So trying to run that traditional line and not taking advantage of late in the race will be key.
Interesting mix here on the front row. You have Kevin Harvick, who was the 2014 champion, alongside of 25-year-old William Byron going for his first championship. Harvick with 9 wins on this racetrack, and you have to remember William Byron won in the spring here on this racetrack. We'll see if he can hold on to the lead, and with stage 2. Another great restart. As the one now of Ross Chastain fighting for the second spot with Harvick. Tucks in behind him as they go into turn 3.
See a big wiggle, a big aggressive move out of the 20 of Christopher Bell. Ryan Blaney gained a couple on pit road, and here he is inside the top 10. Bell as well with the pit cycle running 8th.
We're seeing Bubba Wallace in the 23 there, fighting for a spot with the 5 of Larson. It's 2 inches apart. Trying to settle it for the 4th spot. Blaney coming into the picture as well. There you see Bell to the inside of Buescher. Hamlin watches his teammate from Joe Gibbs Racing, Martin Truex Jr., skirt in front of him.
Blaney on the outside of Bubba Wallace right here, trying to take this spot away. Bubba's going to lift and give it to him, and then put himself on the outside of his teammate. Bubba right here, who was running up in the top 3, losing a couple spots right here, and it's a situation that's difficult for these non-playoff drivers when they are getting raced by those drivers trying to win a championship. How hard do you race them? Probably not too early at this stage in the race. That may change later.
So far the stuff that's championship 4 have been bunched up as far as the field, because now the furthest back is Bell running in the 6th spot. Byron up front, Larson running 4th, Blaney is 5th, and Bell is 6th.
Well,
very close
right there. Yeah. Truex on the inside of 17.
A little wiggle out of Christopher Bell here.
Yeah, it gets really tight off of turn 2. Just had to make an extremely aggressive move to try to get underneath Buescher, and when he did, look at the rear tires. Actually left a little rubber on the racetrack.
The car almost spun to the right. When he makes this move, the car almost spins to the right. Very reminiscent of how cars drove it down the back straightaway at Rockingham and worn out racetracks. But look at him. Had to lift, about wrecked that race car right there, and I bet that surprised him. You don't make those type of moves often. You don't really know how the car is going to unload. Almost spun out there, Dave.
No comment from the very flat line, Christopher Bell. He is just still in the gas, as you can see. And one of the reasons why he wanted to make that aggressive move on the 17 was how long it took to pass Chris Buescher in stage 1. I mean, it was laps before he got around the 17. I believe that adjustment helped the 20 car, and he wanted to dispose of the 17 right away.
One of the things I think that creates that situation is probably just on those sticker tires, Letarte, is that air pressure in the left rear being so low, there's really no grip in that left rear tire trying to turn the car right.
Not a lot of grip. You got to be careful because it's not meant to be loaded that way. So it sounds crazy, but if you get that thing turned far enough back to the right, you can damage that left rear tire for the rest of the run.
Also, guys, on this beginning of this short run right here, everybody's just locked on the bottom of the racetrack. It shows you that right now the racetrack still wants to be on the bottom, the shortest way around on new tires. Which one of these guys would be the first one to move up? Try something different. Track just goes through changes as the run goes on, and as the tires wear out, you cannot do the same thing with your car. That's why the top becomes good. You don't have to ask as much out of it. You don't have to turn the wheel as much. You don't have to drive it in the corners deep.
Kim, how about Blaney running in 5th right now?
Yeah, Blaney cracking the top 5. That was after a great restart, but also a great pit stop. And the captain, Roger Penske, took notice. Take a listen.
Ryan, you're doing a great job there. Everybody with cars at that time, but good job down here.
And we know the phrase Penske perfect. That's what the captain is looking for today. Ryan looking to give Roger Penske his first back-to-back NASCAR Cup Series championships.
We saw Blaney use the top of 1 and 2 down there, guys. Jeff, you mentioned who would go up there first. He ran the top in 1 and 2. I thought it looked great. Let's see what he does again. Now back to the bottom of the racetrack, and he actually puts his left sides under this yellow line. There's a little bit of decambered in the apron that actually turns the car, kind of de-wedges the car, takes cross out of the car when you put the left front on there. So he's helping the car turn through the middle of the corner. You cannot use the apron in 3 and 4. It's too aggressive of a change, so you won't see the cars use it down there.
We talk about Kevin Harvick and the influence he's had on racing. This is one of them. One of the first people I saw ever run the entire apron of 3 and 4 was Kevin Harvick. All 4 tires below that yellow line.
Interesting to hear the captain, Roger Penske, talking about how good Ryan Blaney is doing and the team. That's kind of what Ryan Blaney was thinking before this weekend started when we heard it.
Everyone's just kind of in sync right now. You know, everyone's executing really well, you know, on and off the racetrack. And that's hard to find. You know, it's hard to find everything kind of in motion together, you know, and everything going your way and everyone working together really well and things are piecing together. It's really hard to get, but we're doing it at the perfect time right now. So I think peaking at the right time is really important in sports. You see it all over sports. You know, teams peak at the right time, end up winning titles.
And Ryan Blaney won 1 week ago at Martinsville to lock himself into this championship 4, so he has the momentum.
He has the momentum on the top of that racetrack too. I'm not sure about this turn here, but the last couple of corners, the top has been really good as he closes in on the 5. Larson sees that as well. He sticks to the bottom of the racetrack. Blaney's still to the top. Here comes the 20 of Christopher Bell closing in on the back bumper of that 12. Not quite as a good corner there for the 12 to be able to create momentum and speed down the front straightaway.
And again, you see the championship 4 drivers right there, 3 of them, Larson, Blaney, and Bell, nose to tail as they're running 4th, 5th, and 6th here. And Steve, this stage, we're going to see potentially green flag pit stops. They can't go from the start of this stage to the end.
No, I think they're going to split up kind of right in the middle. In the spring, they pitted around lap 119, 120. I would expect the same today. And the question is, how do you adjust in your car? And it's the story of kind of what you feel like you have. For the 24, it's very difficult. He's led every lap. So how is he going to work on his car? You see the worst 2 early in the race, the 12 and the 20. They've made adjustments. The 5 is the one I'm very interested in. They were a little snippy on the radio, a little unsure of what to adjust. They've made a set of adjustments. Now when he looks in his mirror, it's not just 2 cars behind him, but 2 championship 4 cars behind him. That's going to close that vice, Marty. The pressure's going to build for Kyle Larson.
Exits much better for Kyle Larson, Steve, but Cliff Daniels told him don't overcook the entry into turn 1 and then gave him this advice on the radio.
Some guys are using just a little bit of left front on the apron to turn their cars in 1 and 2. Don't know if that'll help you, just info.
So earlier, Junior Steve talked about all the information available to the crew chiefs. Do you want that much information as a driver?
Absolutely. I want to know where everybody's running and how they're making speed. And this track has so many, it's a variety of ways to go through the corner here, particularly down here in 1 and 2. So tell me, are they using a little bit of apron? Are they putting all 4 tires on the apron? Are they running the fence? Are they running the high side, such as this 12 car here, Blaney, who's trying to make the pass? Let me know where they're making time. I'll go try it. I'll go try it and see if I can make my car work there as well.
Larson running in the 4th spot. Byron has been dominant to start this race. He has already been out front 85 laps. That puts him over 1,000 laps led this season. Saturday in Columbus, the Ohio State Buckeyes look to stay undefeated when they host the Michigan State Spartans at the Horseshoe. Big Ten football on NBC and Peacock. Here comes Saturday night. It's Sunday afternoon racing and the championship race in front of us as we see William Byron out in front, but it's been tight between Larson, Bell, and Blaney. They have been running 4th, 5th, and 6th since this second stage started.
Blaney's lost a little bit of ground to these 2, but now Bell's trying to get around the 5 of Larson. He's having to use the bottom of the racetrack. Larson has learned a little bit by watching these 2. He's going to the top of the track. It's a bit of a defensive move. He's trying to find speed as well in the car, but he's getting a hassle from the 20 car.
Watch the strength of the 20 car. Watch out where he gains ground. It's right in the middle of the corner. He's able to really get his car to turn. And now go back to the throttle. Should get alongside Larson here. Almost got there. Still looking at him, trying to show he wants the inside. Now you got to be precise. You got to hit your marks perfectly, not overdrive the corner entry if you're Bell.
Bell's trying to take 4th away from Larson, not able to complete the pass there as we're seeing it heat up front. Here comes Harvick.
Harvick's been working the top of the racetrack, Rick. He's got good speed. He's going to be able to get alongside the 24 down the back straightaway. Byron allows this to happen. Byron sees this coming. He's like, man, I'm not going to drive hard trying to keep you behind me. I'll let you go. Maybe he learned something from this 4-car. Watching Harvick run around this racetrack. He's so good here. I would get behind this guy, see what he's doing, how he's making time.
Yeah, if I'm Rudy Fugle, that's the instructions I'm giving him. I know we're racing the 5, the 20, the 12, but we've led every lap, 92 laps. Let's settle in behind the 4. I think he's a little better. The 1 might even be a little better than us. Let's figure out where. Give me some feedback on what you think we need with our car. The other 3 of the championship 4 are going to continue to improve. We got to start adjusting on it.
Hey, the last time Harvick finished outside the top 10, none of the Champ 4 drivers had even started a Cup race. So if you want to follow someone that knows how to get around here, there's your guy.
Yeah, 20 straight top 10 finishes for Kevin Harvick, as now he is leading at Phoenix. Marty.
In his final full-time Cup Series race leading at Phoenix, one of his home racetracks. You guys mentioned the 9 wins here, so he certainly knows what to do with the race car, and the car is better for Kevin Harvick as well. He gave Rodney Childers some very clear direction on where he wanted to go with the race car, and I think the further he runs up front, the longer he runs up front, Parker, the more confidence Kevin Harvick gets. Who knows? He might win this final race.
He does look good, Marty, but for William Byron, that 24 car, he started off this run saying that it started freer than the run prior. But under that stage break there, you guys referenced the line that Kevin Harvick is running. Take a listen to what they had to say on the radio about Kevin's line at the end of last stage.
So when you guys said he was running the bottom, was he running under the line or running on the line?
When he was running the bottom, he was running the line. He was not under.
Okay, got it. Yep.
And that sort of theme has consistent throughout this race in telling them about the 4 and where he is running. As you referenced now, once the 4 went by, they went to the top. Ooh, tight battle here, guys.
Yeah, the 12 of Ryan Blaney has really looked like he's been shot out of a rocket here. It's unbelievable what he just did. He went from being about a second behind these 2 to going right by him 3 wide, and so Blaney now has the advantage over the other 2.
Yeah, he sat back there and watched this 20 and his 5 battle. Was able to regroup. Caught them in a situation down in turn 1 and 2. Was able to go underneath and by them both. Now the 17 of Chris Buescher is closed in, taking another position away from the 5 of Larson. Larson just a little bit off today, just a little bit struggle in the balance of this race car. Can they make the adjustments on pit road to help this 5 out?
So Buescher has made his way up to the 6th spot, and now Blaney looks like one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, Kim.
Yeah, Blaney able to make passes, and he had a little bit of motivation. He lost a spot before he was able to get past those guys. Listen to what he said on the radio.
Next time. All good here. 1 lap at a time.
They did tell Blaney to calm down. We talk about Ryan Blaney having a short fuse. Sometimes that works against you. Sometimes, again, it's motivation, perhaps motivation in this case.
This may have been what he was talking about. The frustrations coming out of the radio for Blaney.
Well, the drivers have learned a great skill. This is just short track racing right here. There's nothing unusual about that whatsoever. But the drivers have learned the skill of putting their car where others want to go. Take their line away from them. Take the air away from them. They call it air blocking, and that's what he was upset about.
Yeah, the cars depend on so much downforce underneath in the underbody area. So when you drive across the nose of a car, it just takes away tons of downforce all at once. So it is a defense tactic to try to keep a car behind you. But on the long run, this 12 cars look good in practice. It's looking good right now. The 5 concerns me a little bit as the run gets longer. He's losing more and more time to the cars around him.
And now, well, if we look at up front, Harvick and Chastain are running 1 and 2. Byron, Blaney, and Bell now are 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So this is the closest that any of the championship 4 contenders have been to Byron this early in the race.
What I love about this race, Steve, is that we have a situation where you can take off fast with your race car, have a ton of speed. It might cost you later in the long run. We have cars that have long run speed. We have cars that have short run speed.
Yeah, and now the question is, how's the race going to fall, and what do you want to have? How are you going to adjust it? Long runs so far, but if we get to short sprints at the finish, who will overcome? Now, last week at Martinsville, the strength of the 12 was the long run, and we finished with an extended
160-lap run at Martinsville, and Blaney made them pay. The question is, what will we have today as we see Bell still kind of stuck behind this 17. There you go. Brakes are hot. You hear the information.
Yeah, he got right up to the back bumper of that 17 of Chris Buescher. And Buescher even was a little bit loose. So, Steve, probably 15 laps away maybe from...
A little bit free in that same spot. The adjustment was really good, though.
You like the adjustment he had to say? Yeah, about 14 or 15 laps for a pit stop. We see Blaney, that long-run car, is now easily closed in on the back of William Byron. I don't think William Byron has much to defend with here.
So trying to take the top spot of the championship 4 as we look on from the Advanced Auto Parts onboard of Ryan Blaney. Can Blaney be the first one to move in front of Byron?
Take your time with him.
Roger Penske giving him a little advice.
Well, I don't think he's going to have to take his time. I think the 12 just has way more rear security than the 24. He can attack the corner. He can power up better from the bottom. Byron's going to run side by side, but I think it's only a matter of time now for the 12 to be able to roll past the 24.
Heard Blaney get frustrated with the other 2 Champ 4 contenders. Now, will he be frustrated with Byron?
Remember, William Byron started worse than all of the championship 4. Started in 15th after qualifying. And, sorry, Blaney. And this is what we've seen lately from this guy. He has had good long-run speed the last 2 weeks. He's got it again today.
But he just can't clear that 24 right now. Both of them running very high.
That's what makes this racetrack amazing. On old tires, drivers running different lines, especially using that high line at this racetrack. Now I think the 12's in a great spot. It's going to drive up the racetrack. Nothing Byron can do about that.
And Byron and that Exalta onboard looks as Blaney has now taken the spot as far as the championship 4. Remember, whichever driver finishes in front of the other 3 competitors is the champion. Blaney now on point of those 4. And the first of the championship 4 to be eliminated is going to be Christopher Bell. As he got into the wall, he's been talking about brake problems.
So we're on board. You could hear it. As soon as he touches the brake pedal, the right front rotor explodes. There. It looks like it's a flat because in the end it is a flat tire. The rotor goes through the wheel. The tire goes down. The 20 of Christopher Bell has no option but straight into the wall. We heard him complaining about brakes. The radio you heard was the crew chief coming back saying, hey, it's all on you. There's no more cooling available. And you see right here parts and pieces of the brakes coming off. Heavy damage, day over. And then right here, look, this is important because see where that spark is? That's basically contact between the wheel and the caliper.
Dave.
Yeah, Steve's right. On the broadcast, we heard him say the brakes are too hot, and then he radioed back to crew chief Adam Stevens, I'm going to need brake help. And that's when Adam told him, I believe that was not on the air, that you have all the cooling you're going to get. The brake ducts are open. And he said it was on him. Unfortunately, it was close after that. The Christopher Bell had the problem with the brake rotor, and they radioed to him that he's done. But right now, just sitting on pit road. They wanted to put a tire on it so he could roll away.
I can't imagine what he's thinking as he sits there, right? For the 2nd year in a row, he's made it to the championship 4. Now the opportunity taken away with a mechanical.
Field on its way to their pit crew, Kim.
And that run much better for Ryan Blaney. He said, I fired off decent. I had more rear grip. The rotation through the center still pretty good. We are definitely moving in the right direction on this car. He told his team 4 fresh Goodyear tires. So no, go fuel, Marty.
Kevin Harvick pits from the lead here at Phoenix in his final full-time Cup Series start. The car was just a little bit too free. They're going to make a small adjustment to tighten him up. Kyle Larson, who fell back to 7th, said his entry was way better. In fact, it was great, he said. It just won't turn the center now. They're going to free him up just a little bit, Parker.
And after leading 92 laps, William Byron will pit from the 4th position, the bottom right of your screen. He talked about the car just getting super loose on him and losing the speed in traffic as he'll be in the top 5 on exit pit road.
Pretty good stop for William Byron. Buescher Larson all gaining a spot, but the first of the championship 4 to be eliminated is going to be the 20 of Christopher Bell. The brakes explode on the right front, and Bell's championship hopes go up in fire. Things got a little too warm for Christopher Bell here in the desert as he has a mechanical failure. Steve, take us through, explain what just happened there with Christopher Bell.
Well, let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car. We have seen this at tracks like Phoenix. We saw it at St. Louis. So this is the braking setup on the next-gen car. You see the brake rotor, you see the red AP caliper. Those are spec'd. The green thing, the pad right there, those are optional. You can run different pads. The most important thing, these wheels are so big, we've taken the space up with brakes. Very little clearance between the brakes and the wheel itself. How are they cooled? We heard Christopher Bell say, help me with cooling. Well, it's ducts in the front. You can't add tape. Now, the 20, he had no tape. He was wide open according to the crew chief, and what the pictures look like, that feeds air back here to the brakes. So whether you don't have enough cooling, or what I think in Bell's part, you're just using the brakes too much, you actually can get this rotor. It goes from metal to red hot to white hot, and when you clamp it, it grows in diameter and it contacts the caliper, and when that happens, it's literally an explosion. This rotor explodes when he steps on the brake pedal like that. It goes through the wheel, the tire goes down, a flat right front tire for Christopher Bell. Championship hopes over.
And you see this car blow the right front tire, and I think that he took the car up the racetrack into the wall. We're watching the steering wheel here, but when it blows, he doesn't drive down across the racetrack so that the impact with the wall will be at a massive angle. He actually allows the car to get into the wall as soon as possible to lessen that contact and lessen the impact for the driver. A lot of things we're seeing these drivers do, but great description from Letard on how that rotor can explode and fly apart. It not only is detrimental to the car where the rotor exploded, but all the cars around him. Parts go through the grills, parts flatten other tires of the other cars, so there's things to be concerned about.
And during that pit stop, Blaney did not have a good stop. Problem on the left front, went from 3rd to 7th.
2x2 once again. Harvick and Chastain up front. Byron, the furthest forward of the championship 4, running in the 4th position now. You see him fighting to the inside here for that 2nd spot.
What a mess it is back there in row 5 and on back. 4 wide, 5 wide, 6 wide. Insane. And the restarts just get crazier as the race goes on with more on the line. Oh, contact right there to 44. Priest is up the track. His teammate Briscoe gets into his left rear quarter panel.
How are they going to blend in with all these cars? It's going to be difficult in turn 3. Making it out of there. Now they're going to go into turn 1. See how this works out. 4 wide.
Everyone jockeying for positions here from 15th on back.
And with Chastain leading, Harvick 2nd, Buescher 3rd, this championship race already has a different feel. You mentioned at the start of the show, Rick, 9 years the champion has been the winner. And I know this is far from over, but I can't really remember a championship race where they weren't 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4. They really dominated the laps led.
An interesting one of the competitors out early with Christopher Bell and the mechanical issues he has had to deal with, as we see Byron trying to get by the 17 of Buescher, trying to get that 3rd spot back. But it's Chastain now leading in front of Harvick by just about a half a second. Martin Truex Jr. in the 19, the regular season champion, eliminated from the playoffs earlier than he was hoping. Wanted to get to the championship 4, but wasn't able to make it out of the round of 8.
I think the best 3 cars are at the front of the field right now. The 17 of Buescher, Harvick, and Chastain have shown me as they've drove through the field that they can pass. They have great short run speed and long run speed. And now that means that your championship contenders are always going to be dealing with dirty air all day long. One will not have the advantage, at least now, of clean air as we go throughout the rest of this run.
Ross Chastain a year ago with the incredible move at Martinsville to get into the championship 4. Not as lucky this year. Ross Chastain was eliminated in the round of 12. He was able to win this year earlier at his home track in Nashville, at least the team's home track. And now out in front here by half a second over Harvick. Parker.
Right, Rick, and as we see that one-car lead right now, I think we saw the signs of this earlier in the race. At the end of stage 1, he actually was catching Kevin Harvick and William Byron were leading really fast towards the end of that stage, and then stage 2 came on the radio and said the drive-off in this car is amazing, meaning he's just able to plant that throttle on the exit, so you're starting to see the strength of that one car. Remember, although we're talking about the championship 4, a lot of these teams fighting for different points positions, that one team came in here in a tight battle from 8th to 12th in points, and with the day they're having right now, they could rocket themselves 8th in the points, which would be a great accomplishment for this one car and this season to top it off with a great points finish this year.
Parker, he put together a really dominant performance in Nashville earlier, led 99 laps on his way to that win. But it probably was a little bit of a disappointing year compared to the previous year when he was in victory lane multiple times. Nashville, his first win in 2023, but looking very strong to finish out the season here.
Currently, you heard that battle he was in 9th, currently sitting in 9th. So kind of the front end of that window, that opportunity for Ross Chastain. A lot of financial benefits for Trackhouse. A lot goes along with those points from 5th to 16th.
Justin Marks, Pitbull. The primaries, as far as the Trackhouse, Pitbull just dropped his most recent album that was titled Trackhouse. So conglomeration there of entertainment, racing, and the music world coming together as we ride along in the Advanced Auto Parts onboard camera of Ryan Blaney as he chases down the 5 of Larson.
Yeah, he's moved this high side here, trying to make something work up here. He's been here before, behind this 5 car, trying to work his way around. Took his car a while to fire off on long runs. Looks like they've improved the short run slightly here to allow him to attack here on the 5, but also with Byron running 4th, he's a bit limited and being kind of held in position 2. Right there in front of Blaney. Blaney can see it. He's wanting to try to gain as much ground as he can as quickly as possible. Look at that, high entry, low exit, driving across the racetrack. So many different ways to run through turns 1 and 2 for these drivers. Way up into the entry of turn 3 here. Just moving all over the place, trying to find speed. Christopher Bell out of the race early, one of our championship 4 contenders. Dave's got him.
Yep, he's here. Christopher, were you surprised with that brake issue, or were you driving the car in such a way that you knew it was possibly going to happen?
Well, I mean, that was my first time I've ever exploded a rotor in my career. So, yeah, I was surprised, but, you know, early on in the race, I had a little bit of... And the second run, it just kept getting worse and worse. So, I don't know, just obviously a disappointing way to end, but super, super proud of this 20 team. All of our partners at DeWalt and Ream. To be in the Final Four is it's something that we're really proud of.
And there was no sign of it yesterday in practice?
Not from my standpoint in the car, no.
How will you look back at this, Christopher? You're out so soon from a championship possibility.
Yeah, I mean, it stings to not have the shot at the end of it. Obviously, we were all 4 really, really close, and we all 4 showed strengths at different times. So I think it's going to be a great championship race, and whoever it is going to be well-deserving.
Thank you.
I'm impressed. I can't imagine what that interview has to be like to give. He stood there, he answered multiple questions, looked right at the camera. I mean, I know it wasn't his year last year, and once again, disappointment this year. His talent is clear. What he can do behind the wheel year in and year out, week in and week out. He's going to have his year, and I think treating an interview like that guy says a lot about who he is and his character.
He'll be here again, and he is a exceptionally talented race car driver. Had a frustrating year, but they rallied and had some really key moments, and he'll build on that. It's hard for him to see that today, but when he looks back at this in his career, he will recognize that it was part of the growing process, and it'll only make him tougher.
The other championship 4 contenders, Byron again running 4th, Larson is 6th and Blaney is 7th. You see the yellow line under their name. Those are the 4 drivers still fighting for the title. As we look back from Larson's HendrickCars.com onboard camera. We've seen Blaney put the pressure on Larson and now running different lines, trying to find a way around.
Larson's car has been great, you know, in the short run. Not fantastic, but able to maintain. You know, if he gets the track position on the other 2 championship contenders, I think he can keep it in a short sprint. How have they helped this car on the long run? It's not been good the first couple of rounds through tires. Have they made the changes to try to keep this car where it needs to be? Issues right here with the 2. Looks like the 2 of Cindric has made contact with the right rear.
Right rear wall, or the wheel looks like it's about to come off on this 2.
I think he's got a broken toe link, or the tire itself is trying to come off. Look at the contact there with the right rear. Let's see here. He's sideways, coming to the start-finish line off turn 4. Contact with the right rear. More contact right there.
Just trying real hard. You know, he struggled today. He did not have the speed. It's been a frustrating year. Just trying to make something happen, and back in the car, came around, smacked the wall, damage.
Broke a toe link on that car. And he's on pit road to get those repairs. And here's the 19 of Truex trying to get around Byron on the inside. Byron using that high line and the momentum to keep that position.
Truex trying the shortest way around the track again and gets to the door of the 24. But not able to complete the pass as they go through the dog leg and down into turn 1. Now he clears him.
Byron lets him take that position down into the corner. And now the championship 3 or 5th, 6th, and 7th.
And once again, Byron seems to be coming back to his competitors. Want to take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap. And William Byron turned it on lap 3, completing a lap around this 1 mile oval at just over 129 miles per hour on average. Chastain still out in front. Then it's Harvick, Buescher, Truex Jr., and William Byron, the first of the Champ 4s. We ride along with his Exalta onboard camera. The youngest of the playoff drivers, Parker.
Yes, Rick, and I'd love to give you an update as to what the handling of that 24 car is, but William has been silent on the radio. And Jeff and Dale, I want your opinion on this, because I have this same tendency. You get back in traffic, you get focused on driving that race car, you go silent in there, not talking about it. Rudy Fugel told me he's been asking William to be more communicative in the race car throughout the stages, what's happening, instead of just dumping a bunch of information underneath a caution. And right now, as he falls back, and since he's been in traffic after leading 93 laps, he has been absolutely silent on the radio. No information for Rudy Fugel to work with. So what were you guys like as a driver? Silent, or were you vocal?
I wanted the crew chief to ask me what he wanted to know. I mean, I'm concentrating on driving this car the best I can. I want to run through this next corner as best as possible. I can't be thinking about what I need to share with my crew chief. I mean, ask me what you want to know. I will tell you, happily tell you how the car's driving, but I'm going to be solely focusing on trying to get the car around the racetrack, particularly as I'm losing ground and losing positions. I'm going to be trying to move around and find a better line to run. But I know I need to give my crew chief information, but I need him to sort of pry that out of me, ask me what he wants to know.
Did you feel the stare, Jeff? Did you feel the stare from here? Because I want to hear what he had to say to that question.
Well, when I get my answer, there are a lot of crew chiefs going to stare as well. But I like to give the information because I wanted them to work on what I wanted them to work on. The key is not give too much information. They can only fix so much on a Sunday. You've got to decide what it is you need to be better, where it needs to be better. Give them that as the primary goal. I need this fixed. I'm dealing with this other issue, but I can deal with that. I need this right here fixed if you want me to go faster.
The 22 of Joey Logano, last year's champion, had this happen to him earlier.
We just saw Cindric get into the wall and break a right rear toe link. Well, this is the 22, kind of straight up into the wall. That's the entry into into 1, the flat end of the racetrack. Pretty hard contact, and if you're saying, how did Cindric break the toe link and the 22 didn't? Well, welcome to what the drivers and the teams wonder. It's just so the angle of that right rear. If you hit it pretty flat, you got a chance. If you hit the front or the rear of the wheel, it kind of breaks that toe link.
22 still working his way around the track, was running 14th when that happened, but everyone chasing Ross Chastain now here at Phoenix.
Advance? In Advance Auto Parts. I need that die-hard power. And the reliability and rugged durability, right? Yes. That's why diehards choose Die Hard.
And Advance Auto Parts is the home of Die Hard. We'll even install yours for free.
Hey. Abuela? She makes the best tamales.
This is how we advance. Dad, would you rather time travel to the past or the future?
I'll go back 20 minutes so I can eat this ham, turkey, and beef roast all over again.
But you could just go back to the holiday buffet right now.
No time travel?
I'd get a pet pterodactyl.
What?
His name is Moon.
You tripping right now.
Ashley's Black Friday mattress sale is going on now. Pay 0% interest for 60 months on in-store mattress purchases. Save up to $900 on select Purple adjustable mattress sets, or receive a $300 instant gift with the purchase of a Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress set. Only at Ashley.
So you telling me that the new iPhone 15 Pro is made with titanium?
Yes.
And it has the most advanced iPhone camera ever?
Yes.
And you got this on Xfinity Mobile?
Yes.
This thing isn't working. Now, hold on. Do you like my partner's hair?
Yes.
Oh, it's working. It's working real good.
Get the new iPhone 15 Pro on America's most reliable 5G network and save hundreds a year with Xfinity Mobile.
Time to meet your team.
Who wants to race?
Be part of something greater.
The Sonic 2 for $7 deal lets you choose from the Sonic cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, or foot-long chili cheese coney. Any two for $7. Because that friend that says they only want one bite never just wants one bite. Sonic 2 for $7 deal.
The Busch Light Clash is coming back to the Coliseum. The thunder of the engines will roar to life as NASCAR kicks off its season the only way it knows how, with a bang.
Oh, he gave him a shot.
LA's finest and NASCAR's fastest will put on a show that will finish under the lights and live for years to come. Get your tickets now at NASCARClash.com.
Fans, make sure to download the official app of NASCAR. You can follow the race action with free live scoring. There's also in-car cameras and a radio broadcast. You can also upgrade to premium access for driver audio channels, which, by the way, right now, the 12 audio is spectacular. Search NASCAR in your app store and start a free trial today. The Champ 4, yes, it started as 4 and down to 3 now as Christopher Bell, the right front rotor, exploded on that car, and he is now out of contention and out of the race. William Byron is the furthest forward of those championship 4, with Larson right behind him and Ryan Blaney behind Larson. And Blaney has been working diligently to try to get around this 5 of Kyle Larson, but has not been able to complete the pass.
I feel like that if he could get by the 5, he would drive right to the back bumper of the 24, and it's so frustrating because he probably knows that too. And Larson's not doing anything wrong. Larson is running the bottom of the racetrack. Now Blaney trying to get to the outside here. He's finally going to get there now. He's got great momentum down the front straightaway. In position to finally make this pass happen.
Larson fighting back on the inside.
Blaney has him where he wants him now, though. Going to beat him on corner exit pretty easily.
He actually kind of washed up on corner exit, had to lift. Thought he was going to, thought he was going to beat him as well pretty easily, but both cars kind of struggled on that exit there. But so he's still right here on the outside, struggling to finish this off. He's like, man, I just got to get one good corner, and he's had 2 bad ones, allowing this 5 to hang around.
Tries it again. And again, Blaney probably has heard, maybe not, but 2 of his teammates, with Austin Cindric and Logano, Both had gotten into the wall.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they gave him that information, Rick, but you know, it just lets you know. I think, you know, you would assume. He talked about how loose his car was when we watched the battle for second place. Buescher going around the 4 of Harvick. And just momentarily in the screen, there's the 1 of Chastain, not too far ahead of these two. There's the distance from first to second and third place. Buescher now trying to roll that bottom of 3 and 4 and drive up there and catch Chastain and put the battle to that #1 team.
Looking forward from Harvick's Hunt Brothers Pizza right there on the front bumper as he watched Buescher get by him, Marty.
The long runs have been very kind, Rick, to Kevin Harvick today. Just a little bit too free, though, on this run. But he has not been out of the top 5 the entire day. And the longer he stays up here, Rick, you got to beg the question, could this really happen? Could Kevin Harvick win his final race? So you find some sports analogies, right? Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl and then retired. Jeff Gordon won his 4th to final race. But winning your final full-time Cup Series race, that would be uncharted territory. So, Jeff, you used to be Kevin Harvick's teammate. The longer he's in the mix today, do you get the sense the confidence just grows in that 4 camp?
Oh, no question with Kevin Harvick. Running well does provide confidence. However, Kevin Harvick does not lack confidence. And even though this is his final year, he has been in position multiple times to win races and just hadn't worked out. He came here. I asked him before the race, can you win it? He's like, yeah, I think we can. He said everything's had to go our way, but he had a lot of confidence even before the race started.
I want to take a look at the progressive telemetry on Kevin Harvick. Shifting happening here. Right now he's in 4th gear as he brakes, goes through the turn. Reaches down, grabs a gear, and then right away back into 4th.
Think about the changes that Kevin Harvick has seen, the types of race cars he's driven at this racetrack. He's actually seen the racetrack change, the vehicles that he drives change, and no matter what, he still finds a way to always run well here.
How about the change right now in lighting, as far as you go from the sun beating down on the racetrack and right in your windshield as you're racing down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4, and then all of a sudden you're in the shadows of the suites here at the racetrack.
Yeah, right now that sun's not too bad of a problem, but as it gets lower and lower, just above that grandstands, it blinds you down the back straightaway. You really can't see what's going on until it finally drops below the grandstands and the suites, and you can see the corner and aim for your marks. We used to qualify at this racetrack around 6 o'clock, 5:30, 6:30, and it was awful because it was right when that sun was at the worst possible position to be able to hit your marks perfectly. And the drivers will have to deal with that somewhat today.
You mentioned it about Ryan Blaney. He finally got by Kyle Larson and working his way up to the 24 of William Byron. It's been methodical. It didn't happen right away, but about a car length a lap, a car length and a half a lap. This 12 car, I think, is the best of the championship 3 remaining, Kim.
And before he was able to get by, Larson was complaining about his car in traffic. Here's what he told the team.
I can't pass the traffic all day like this.
We got him last time. Just be patient here. We'll get him plenty of time.
Only a matter of time before they get their cars better.
And now Blaney trying to track down William Byron. Twice we've reported on him complaining about certain things. Despite those complaints, still making headway. So, again, are these complaints real, or is maybe Ryan Blaney cracking a little bit under pressure?
Oh, I think his complaints are real. Remember, he came in 3rd, out 7th. So his frustration is he feels like he's done this work already. Right now he's doing the work again. And I do agree when he says they will get their cars better. You know, what he's saying is he has done this. He has been a race car driver for quite some time, and he knows every time he passes the 24, every time he passes the 5, Kyle Larson sees what the 12 car is doing, and he says, all right, Cliff, I need my car to do X, Y, and Z to beat the 12. You don't want to keep showing your poker hand all day long. What you want to do is pass them and then keep the track position.
These 3 continue to fight for spots as Byron holds the prime spot as far as the championship goes in front of Blaney and Larson.
I think Blaney would love to run that high line, but as The problem with that is the 24 is running it as well, and you can see how it takes air and grip away from the 12. He struggled on corner exit right there with the 24 in the same groove in front of him. It's forcing the 12 to run somewhere different on the racetrack. Particularly when he gets close to the 24, he has to run lower, and he's not really been able to make ground on other cars that way. So he's almost lost a little bit of ground here to the 24, the 5 of Larson. Keeping it pretty steady in the distance he has to the 12 car. So we're at a little bit of a stalemate right here because that 24 is running that long run defensive high line.
So again, Byron, Blaney, and Larson still fighting for a championship, but very unique to NASCAR racing is while the playoffs are going on and this championship battle continues, non-playoff drivers are out here fighting for a win, and Chris Buescher, Kim, is looking for his 4th win of the year, currently running in 2nd.
And how about Chris Buescher coming into this race? He just had 1 top 10 and 15 starts here. Despite that, when I talked to the team this morning, they were so confident about what they brought here this weekend. Buescher, just a tremendous 2023. Like you mentioned, those 3 wins. He's also got 8 top 5 finishes, 16 top 10s. All of those are career highs. Right now, he said the car's pretty stout. Just needs it freed up across the center. The drive-off, though, Dave, for that car is great.
Martin Truex Jr. started 2nd, but then lost quite a few spots. He recently told his crew, you fixed the entry to the corner, which was too free, but now I need some front grip. Also, his spotter told him when William Byron was moving in on him, hey, the 24 is making some time on you. The driver radioed back, good for him. Parker.
Well, Dave, you might have noticed in the top 10 from the start of this race and throughout stage 2 here has been the 43 of Eric Jones. A great run for this Legacy Motor Club team. And Eric and I spoke this morning. He said, this is the best car I've had in a low downforce configuration all year. He goes, I can't remember being this fast. The team just recently came on the radio and said on the long run, you're as good as the 5 and 24 ahead of you as he tries to hold off Keselowski there, Marty.
Parker, talk about a team that could use a top 10 finish today. How about Daniel Suarez sitting just outside the top 10? A moment ago had a whale of a battle with Brad Keselowski for that 10th position, and he came on the radio and told his team, listen, I just can't get back to the gas like those other guys can. Way too free at the end of the run.
Only 18 laps remain in stage 2. It's Chastain who's been out front already 51 laps today. Byron's led the most laps at 93, and he's currently leading the Champ 4 contenders.
Nice footwork. Man, you're lucky. Watching live sports never used to be this easy. Now you can stream all your games like it's nothing.
Yes! That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, here he comes. Go!
Running up and down that field looks tough.
It's a pitch.
Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
You've waited all year for Black Friday. Right now at Ashley, find unbelievable discounts on top-rated furniture with 0% interest for 60 months in-store only. Shop Doorbuster starting at just $199.99 and featured finds starting as low as $22 a month in-store only. Only at Ashley.
Hi, I'll have the avocado toast minus the avocado.
So, toast.
Yeah. Everything is so expensive these days. Hey, Chevy gets it. That's why they're keeping prices down to earth, like on the most affordable EV in America. A super strong and capable Chevy truck. And a high-tech Chevy SUV. Why is Chevy making affordable vehicles connected by OnStar? It's so together, we can do more.
It's Pod's holiday sale. Save up to 25% off your move and join the 6 million families who discovered a smarter, more flexible way to move with Pods. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, save up to 25% at pods.com.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 is so good, the crew is giving every combination code names.
I got that sauce biscuit and some Tay-Tays.
More formally known as sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes.
Bish squared.
Egg and cheese biscuit and sausage biscuit. 2 biscuits. I'm impressed Tyler knew what squaring was.
Cuppa duppa java.
It's 2 coffees.
Cuppa duppa java.
No matter what you call it, Wendy's breakfast is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Jesse L. Martin is back.
Why crash a plane and let the passengers survive?
That's why you're here.
Why kidnap someone who couldn't afford the ransom? Poison. Why get fancy with polonium when you could shoot the target in the head?
I hear people are irrational.
people do inexplicable things.
Why?
Science.
So this is just a theory.
Gravity was just a theory at one point.
The Irrational, tomorrow on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
A new leader in Phoenix as Buescher has been able to take over the top spot from Ross Chastain.
Get down in the corner here. Gillen, the lap car, is going to go in the middle of the racetrack. It's going to run the one a little wider than I think he wanted to run. That's going to give some momentum to the 17. They battle down the front straightaway. Buescher eventually taking the spot. And I wondered about this as he was driving through the field in stage one. If this guy goes up and takes the lead, think about all the what ifs, right? Had such a good run, went into the playoffs. That was a surprise. Ran deeper into the playoffs than I think a lot of people expected. Then had a pretty bad rough round, and here's some contact as well on the racetrack.
Yeah, contact with 7 car right here. Great job by Corey to keep from wrecking that thing. And the 6 car of Keselowski, Chris Buescher's teammate, he started dead last today. He has driven that car all the way into the top 10, running in 9th place. So RFK with a lot of speed.
Blaney and Byron are battling here as they are actually running down the 19 of Truex. That's going to present some challenges to Byron. Can Blaney take advantage of it? Blaney lost a little bit of ground in the 24 here over the last couple of laps. 10 to go in the stage. Kim, what are we learning on the 12 car?
Well, we're learning that he does not like that car at all. Here's what he most recently told the team.
I'm not very good, dude. I'm way worse than last run. Center turn's gone. Exit's a looser. Need to work on everything here. You're doing good here. Just nice and smooth here.
So, Steve, as we approach the end of stage 2 and pit stops, when you hear your driver saying we need to work on everything, what do you pick and choose to do on this stop?
Well, this is what makes the job of a crew chief very difficult. It isn't listen to your driver. He says loose, you check box A, it says air pressure. You have to take that information from Ryan Blaney. He's not making it up. He says work on everything. That tells me he can't tell you which part of the corner is worse. They're all bad in their different ways. So now go look at your data. Could contact with your war room back home. Where do they feel like they're losing the most? These are the decisions that will determine the championship. Jonathan Hassler has to make these decisions. He has to get his team together. What I do love that Jonathan has on his side is that man, Roger Penske. This is the most I've heard RP on the radio in any race. And I think Ryan, as we all know, short fuse, fiery temper. And the one person that I think naturally is going to diffuse that is when RP's on the radio. I think that not even what he's saying. When he hears that voice, he goes, okay, this is a different race. There is more on the line. Roger's here in attendance on the radio. So I like that Jonathan, the crew chief, has the team owner on his side and on the radio.
See Byron getting by the 19 of Truex. And I see a little difference as well in that 12 car. Just doesn't have the speed on the long run that he had earlier. Byron, though, on the other hand, lost a little ground to the top 4, got passed by this 19 car earlier in the run, but now has ran him back down, got back by him, and he's driving away, or at least keeping this 12 at bay. That's got to build confidence behind the wheel of the 24.
Why this matters, this is a 63-lap run, Junior. And when you look at that final stage, you're going to have about 65 laps on both sets of tires if it runs green. So back to that question by Kim, right? What do you adjust on? Well, short runs, long runs. This is kind of a, we'll call it a dress rehearsal for what the final stage could be.
The precursor of what that final stage will look like. And again, this one was broken up with a caution as we ride along with Blaney. Look at the handful he has.
Yeah, you saw his right hand just in frustration, right? Just, I got to get better. Here he is, still continuing to fight, get on the outside. And he knows if he could have that rear grip, how much better he would be. But William Byron is saying the same thing. Neither one is as good as they need to be. Blaney out of control on corner exit.
You can just see the body language in how he's driving, the frustration over how this car drives. And he's still literally beating on the leg board of the seat because he can't do what he wants to do, and the car just won't produce the way he wants it to produce in the corner. And then he'll lose that ground that he's losing right there, and then he'll take time, regroup, drive back to the back bumper of that 19 car, and then find him struggles again as he gets really, really close, lose that grip, lose that downforce that he needs.
Slides up the racetrack behind the 19. Under 3 laps to go now in stage 2.
Listen to how gentle he is on the throttle, Rick.
How low he is right here.
Yeah. He can't wait to get this to the attention of his crew. Make some changes.
As frustrated as he is, I mean, he is still running 6, and I think still faster than the 19 and the 24. Just finding a way around them and losing those positions on pit road and having to go back to battle and pass them again. Very frustrating in a race where you cannot have slow pit stops.
Blaney started this race 15th. So back there further than his competitors and had to fight his way to get up into the top 10 and into that top 6. But he doesn't want to lose spots on pit road. And right now, the white green flag about to come out for Chris Buescher as he is on the final lap of stage 2. So Buescher has been impressive out front for 14 laps of this stage once he was able to get by Ross Chastain, looking for his 2nd stage win this season. And as he comes out of 4, it's Chris Buescher that wins stage 2. And after the top 10 cross the start-finish line, the caution will come out and these cars will make their way now to pit road so that they can get maybe some final adjustments. Again, they'll come to pit road, make those adjustments, and that battle still on. 3 competitors still fighting for the title here. NBC Sports coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series Championship is brought to you by Sonic. Sonic. Credit One Bank, a credit card company. And by Toyota. Let's go places. 2 stages complete. Championship weekend here at Phoenix Raceway. As some fans taking a different perspective of this racetrack. Up here in the foothills, little mountains just off to the east. This racetrack is the cars getting ready to come to pit road. And right now, again, with Buescher and the win, he'll be first on to pit road. Chastain, Harvick, Byron, Truex Jr., Blaney, Larson, Wallace, Keselowski, and Eric Jones all top 10 as now they're coming to you again, Kim.
And no major complaints or changes for Chris Buescher. That stage 2 winner, he said there was a time it was insecure on entry, but overall pretty good. They'll take 4 fresh Goodyear tires, snow coat fuel. You see Ryan Blaney top right. He said it was back to what it was the first run. You saw that chassis adjustment, loose entry, loose exit. Center turn isn't great. Biggest problem though, loose for them, Marty.
Just like in stage 1, Kyle Larson fell back to 7th. He said we lost a big chunk of rear grip at the end of the run. And he said the car just will not change directions in the corner like we need. Cliff Daniels taking a pretty big swing here, Parker.
For William Byron, every time they've helped the long run, it's hurt the short run. It made him too tight there. There'll be 4 Goodyear tires, snow coat fuel. We'll see where he's able to join this. Picture's been on it. They're going to get him out 2nd there from 2014.
Big stop for Byron, and Blaney able to gain a spot. Larson 3 spots coming off of pit road. So the Champ 4 a little closer to the front as we get ready for that restart. What a beautiful setting for this championship weekend here in the Phoenix, Arizona area. You're out and enjoy the wildlife and the scenes. No better place than right here in Arizona. And so many fans taking advantage of the campgrounds here outside Phoenix Raceway. Well, Sunday Night Football, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills are in Cincinnati facing Joe Burrow and the Bengals. It all starts with Football Night in America at 7 p.m. Eastern, right after our coverage on NBC and Peacock. You see that, a sea of campers here in the campgrounds. Over 10,000 campers that started filing in on Monday to get ready for this weekend. I mentioned Josh Allen, quarterback for the Bills, and there's a tie with Josh Allen and William Byron. As a matter of fact, now when William Byron celebrates a win, he wears those oversized caps. And we've seen it numerous times. As a matter of fact, we've seen it 6 times this year where the oversized caps have come on. He said, well, I watched Josh Allen on Thursday Night Football. He was wearing the oversized cap. I thought, I'm going to do that for my celebration. And so that is why William Byron wears those oversized caps in victory lane. So now it's down to 3. Started with championship 4. Christopher Bell out on lap 109 with a mechanical issue. And William Byron, with his great pit stop from his crew, has him out 2nd. Currently running 4th, Kyle Larson. And Ryan Blaney in 5th. Let's get another update from pit road and Kim.
And Rick, for this 12th crew, a much better stop. The last stop, they lost 4 positions on pit road. This time, they gained a spot. The big question is, they're looking for the magic they had that second run. Did they make the right adjustments for Ryan Blaney? The other thing, Marty, keep their driver cool, calm, and collected.
Kim, what a timely stop for Kyle Larson and his race team. They gained 3 spots here on pit road, proving once again why they're one of the 3 best pit crews here on pit road. And afterwards, Cliff Daniels went around to every pit crew member, shook their hand. Larson said, amazing job, guys. Parker?
And for William Byron, it's been a championship performance by the driver, but it's been a championship performance by his pit crew. The first stop, they kept him in the lead. The second one, they gained him a spot. And this latest one, they gained him 2 spots with potentially 1 more pit stop out left. Could this team be putting in the perfect performance they need to go up there and get this team a championship for their driver, William Byron?
And once again, 2x2, the Toyota Camry TRD official pace car for today's championship race has made its way back onto pit road. The field back in the hands of the one of Ross Chastain. Byron is going to start on the outside.
Yeah, both those cars, the Hendrick cars, took the outside. Blaney takes the inside. We'll have to see how this works out. It's going to be a wild restart.
The final stage is underway of championship weekend. Ross Chastain leading the race. And right now, the 24 of William Byron leading the championship fight. Byron going on the outside of the 19, trying to stay in 2nd in front of Martin Truex Jr. He has the momentum, but he can't quite clear him as they go into 3.
Blaney picks off the spot from the 5 of Larson in 1 and 2. Larson battling back on the outside here. Larson lined up in the inside line where the control car of Chastain was, and it gave him that advantage on the launch to be able to beat the 5 through turns 1 and 2.
Just 118 laps remaining in this season, in this championship fight, as Byron right now has the upper hand, running in front of Blaney and Larson.
Byron finally clear of the 19 of Truex. Now can he chase down that 1 of Chastain? Chastain's been so fast of the last handful of laps here.
Harvick, after running up inside the top 3 and leading laps here, has fallen back to the 6th position. Bubba Wallace is 7th, Keselowski 8th. Busher, who was leading in 1 stage 2, is 9th right now, with Eric Jones in 10th.
You see what the 17 is back there in 9th, and that's every playoff driver's fear, right? He ran great in the stage, came down pit road, had a slow pit stop. That cost you some spot. Then the restart, you lose a little bit more. And the stop wasn't awful, but 12.6 seconds in today's world. We heard Parker mention in the pre-race, 9 to 9.5 seconds. That is what is acceptable to change 4 tires. 12.6 seconds. That's 3 seconds off. Under green, manageable. Under yellow, you lose a ton of spots.
And he did just that. And so Buscher's now going to fight back, see if he could gain some of those spots back. Teammate and team owner Brad Keselowski just in front of him right now has the 8th spot.
Buscher had a bad pit stop, came out 8th. Came in leading the race, came out 8th, trying to make that back.
Field spreading out as Buscher still on the outside trying to get by that 6. Kim.
And on that Chris Buscher pit stop, the reason it was so slow, they had trouble on the right front getting the lug nut off. So definitely a slow stop there under caution.
Those are the kind of mistakes that the championship guys are worried about, right? None of those guys have had horrible stops. Some have been a little better than others, but as this race winds down, Steve, we see many times it can boil down to pit stops.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, that's why qualifying was so important. William Byron, pit stall 1 of the championship 4. All of that stuff adds up. You don't know what is going to be the difference maker. So you want to make sure you have every advantage as possible. As we see 3 wide back here. It looked like 2 wide, but that's because the 3 of Austin Dillon was so low on the racetrack. The 48, Alex Bowman in the middle. What a year for the 48. This is going to be one they're going to want to put behind him. Missed some races with a broken back, sustained in a sprint car accident. I ran into him in the garage on Friday. He basically was like, look, you don't want to hang out with me. I have no luck. Anything but bad luck. If we're standing here, something could fall and hit us. So he was really looking forward to just finishing this year up. He still has belief in his team and in his talent. He's just looking for something to go his way, Dave.
And Steve, he should believe in his team, especially the over-the-wall crew today. Not running where he wants to right now, but each time he's come down pit road, they picked him up 3 spots, so they're having a great day.
Bowman and his teammate Chase Elliott, both after missing races this year, missed the playoffs, and neither has been to victory lane. Chase Elliott trying to keep a streak alive. Once he had won in the Cup Series, he had won every single season after that. But you see Chase Elliott now running in the 22nd position.
It's amazing how many cars are running really low. We saw the 3 car, but as we saw that shot, some guys that 1 and 2 are as low as I've ever seen them running over there.
Cars on the unconventional route there as we saw him cut the dog leg. We had mentioned the fact that the 4 of Kevin Harvick retiring at season's end. A teammate of his, Eric Almirola, also has made the announcement he won't be back with Stewart-Haas Racing or behind the wheel of the 10 at the end of the season, Parker.
Right, we're retiring from full-time Cup Series competition for Eric Almirola here. And last week, he came so close to winning at Martinsville, the strong top 5 run. And as we watch this race go on, he has steadily been moving for that number 10 Ford and now knocking on the door of the top 10. And what a great way to end your time in the Cup Series if you can go out there and just get a solid top 10 on a run where he's moved forward throughout this race. Right now, just fight a little loose condition on the long run, but overall, a great run for Eric Almirola his last time here at Phoenix in that number 10.
Almirola running 13th, still up front. Ross Chastain has about a 1-second cushion over championship 4 driver William Byron.
Okay, again, this is a status bar, this is a search bar. Let's know the difference, okay? Social media. It can be overwhelming for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
Now, what does it mean to slide into someone's DMs? It sounds like a lot of fun.
Okay, we're not ready for that. As a team, we'll get there. It might be a fruit emoji, but that doesn't mean they're talking about fruit.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Okay, do you really think we need 47 photos of fun dinner at Pam's?
Yes.
No.
Hours of love from you. All the right parts from us. With eBay Guaranteed Fit.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America.
Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. It's your mission. It's your Verizon.
With the Sonic 2 for $7 deal, you can choose from 3 delicious favorites for only $7. A Sonic cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, or a foot-long chili cheese coney. It might be the greatest pairing since cherry and limeade. Sonic 2 for $7 deal.
We've come a long way in 125 years. From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
It's your thing. You do what you wanna do.
Different skills, different styles, different swagger. Simply put, Josh Allen and Joe Burrow are just different. But they do have one thing in common: the talent to win it all. Bills, Bengals, made for Sunday night on NBC and Peacock.
Things heating up now in the championship battle as Blaney has got to the inside of Byron. Again, whichever one finishes in front of the other two now on the racetrack will be crowned the champion, as Blaney has found something in this 12 car as he's been able to clear now William Byron, and he takes that spot away.
Yeah, the last handful of laps, this 12 car woke up, drove around the 19 of Truex, and now drives up to the back bumper and around the 24 into second place. He was talking about how he didn't love the car the last run, needed to make some changes. They had heard everything. Looks like to me they've actually improved this car over what we've seen all day long. Car really didn't have a ton of short run speed, really good long run speed, but here we are firing off well, Kim.
And how do we know Blaney likes the car? He has said nothing on the radio, just completely focused on what he's doing on track. And when I talked to Ryan this morning, part of the prep he did for this weekend, he said he studied hours and hours of S&T data of the other three championship drivers to try and get a leg up on what they would do here at this racetrack.
The question to me now is, it's clear, as you point out, the short run speed is there. With a 100 laps to go in the race, one pit stop required, did they make the gains only to affect the short run, or will it hurt the long run?
A very interesting report from Kim, being able to study SMT data from other drivers. You can actually get the data from their car, where they're using the gas, where they're using the brakes, how much throttle input. And although you may not can drive the car just like that, it teaches you what they are looking for in their car, where they believe it's got to be the best to make lap time.
And now the 19 is putting a 24 into a very difficult position. Parker?
Well, Rick, I can tell why Steve was such a successful crew chief, because what he just said about how many laps to go and that there's another pit stop is exactly what the 24 team told William Byron. The second Ryan Blaney got around him, they said it's 101 laps to go, and we've still got another pit stop. Stay locked in. He has been absolutely silent on the radios. He focuses in trying to extract every bit of speed out of that 24 car. Remember, they threw some adjustments at it to help it in the short run, and maybe that's just hurting it this portion of the run right now as he struggles to get back up to the 12, Dave.
Parker, a few laps ago, Martin Truex said, I have a plan. I hope it works. He was running fifth, car lengths behind the 24. He's found something there in the line, and the handling is there. He moves around him.
Yeah, I wonder if the handling's kind of gone away on this 24. Losing a little bit of ground now to the 19 of Truex as Truex kind of drives away in third place. There's Byron up the racetrack looking for balance. Slowly dropping back into the grips of Kyle Larson, his teammate, running in fifth, just ahead of the 4 of Harvick. So a couple more spots in jeopardy for this 24. Byron up the racetrack, moving around, trying to find grip and speed, and trying to be able to click off the lap times needed to maybe reel that 19 back in. I know that they have a lot of time, they have another pit stop, all of those things, but if it does go green, that's the concern for the driver when he sees the 12 of Blaney driving away. It's like, yeah, I know we got time to fix the car, but I'm not losing too much ground to the competitor for the championship.
I think the real key, Steve, is not to get a lot of cars between you and the 12 car, because when you come down pit road, if you come down pit road in 10th, you got so many cars between you and he, you can't beat him off pit road unless they make a mistake. So even though he's driving away from you, you still have to fight hard to keep other guys from passing you, Kim.
And Steve had a great question. Did they adjust on the 12 car to set it up for a good short run fire-off, or did they set it up for the long run? Here's what Ryan said finally about the car.
Definitely a lot better here, Jonathan. I'll let you know where it goes. Still feel like I'm going to build a little bit free.
So what is the car doing to give Ryan the indication that over the long run he feels like it's going to go free?
Well, so if you look at where the 12's balance has swung, he's been a little tight in the middle, meaning the front won't change direction. But his real issue, as we rode on board lap after lap after lap, was those big corrections with the steering wheel on drive off, meaning he lost rear grip under power. So Now he likes the car in the short run. Obviously, he's driven right up to second and is closing in on Chastain. He obviously can feel the back moving around a little bit, so we think it's going to build free. But look, you can't change that it's going to build free. That's what these cars do. You can change the severity of it, right? You can't turn the volume off completely. You just turn the volume down. What I really liked was the calmest we've heard Ryan Blaney on the radio yet today. And you know, we heard Christopher Bell's sound earlier in this race before he had his issue about you had to peak at the right time of the season. This race is their whole season. So you also have to peak at the right time of this race.
He is running down this one car of Chastain. I'm surprised and impressed by how the 12 has been able to drive through the field, through the top 5, right up to the back bumper of the leader. This one car has been faster than everybody over the last 100 laps.
Blaney told us how the team is in sync, and those changes that they have been able to make throughout this race have put him into a position now that he's getting ready to fight for the lead here at Phoenix.
Oh, that lap car cost him a little bit right there.
Trying to get by Ty Dillon in the 77.
The ability that this change has given this race car is for Blaney to drive it wherever he wants. One time he's on the bottom, the next time he's on the top. He's able to move around, and that's really important because as he runs Ross Chastain down, Ross is going to see where Blaney's car is the best, and he's going to try to be in that lane. Well, Blaney can surprise him. His car is good enough to not have to be locked into one lane. He can go the bottom of the top to make the pass.
Blaney's family lineage has been involved in racing and sports and has had great success, from his grandfather, who's a modified dirt track legend, and Lou Blaney, to his dad and uncle, his dad Dave, such a standout sprint car driver, as well as one of the best when he got behind the wheel in NASCAR. His uncle Dale actually was drafted by the Los Angeles Lakers back in 1986 in the 4th round. He played at West Virginia, was inducted into their Sports Hall of Fame. So Blaney, the family lineage, has been involved in sports and especially racing for so long, but they've never been able to compete at the highest level, and fight for a championship like what they're seeing Ryan do today. .4 of a second separate Chastain and Blaney from the top spot. Blaney holding the top of the championship for advantage right now.
Toyota Trucks. Let's go places.
Ashley's Black Friday mattress sale is going on now. Pay 0% interest for 60 months on in-store mattress purchases. Save up to $900 on select Purple adjustable mattress sets, or receive a $300 instant gift with the purchase of a Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress set. Only at Ashley.
So you telling me that the new iPhone 15 Pro is made with titanium?
Yes.
And it has the most advanced iPhone camera ever?
Yes.
And you got this on Xfinity Mobile?
Yes.
This thing isn't working. Now, hold on. Do you like my partner's hair?
Yes.
Oh, it's working. It's working real good.
Get the new iPhone 15 Pro on America's most reliable 5G network and save hundreds a year with Xfinity Mobile.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
You can always bet on Biggie and now earn free food when ordering on the Wendy's app.
Advance? In Advance Auto Parts. I need that die-hard power. And the reliability and rugged durability, right? Yes. That's why diehards choose Die Hard.
And Advance Auto Parts is the home of Die Hard. We'll even install yours for free.
Hey. Abuela? She makes the best tamales.
This is how we advance.
Chastain continuing to make it difficult for Ryan Blaney, as Blaney has got all the way up to his back bumper but cannot complete the pass for the lead. Chastain holding on to it. Blaney running second. Then it's Truex Jr., Byron, and Larson in the top 5.
There you go, a little bit of feedback from Ryan Blaney right there. It's good. Just a reminder that you do not have to win the race to win the championship. I know Blaney is trying to pass Chastain. Can't quite make out what he's saying there, but he's trying to pass the one of Chastain. Right now, it's what can the 24 and the 5 do to counteract the 12, right? They're in 4th and 5th, which seems good, but track position-wise, they're over 3 seconds behind the 12 car. So with 81 to go, you're inside your fuel window. Now it is, how much are you willing to gamble with everything on the line? Coming around lap 240 for green flag pit stops would be very early, but with over a second of tire fall off, you would make the 12 car's stomach ache, because if you're the 24 or the 5 and you pit while you do go down a lap, you will instantly be gaining over a second a lap. It only takes 3 or 4 laps and you'll cycle in front of the 12. So we're going to see which crew chief dares to gamble, Marty.
Yeah, how much are you willing to gamble if you are Cliff Daniels, crew chief for Kyle Larson? And Steve, here's the other dilemma for the 5 team. They've been on every side of the balance today, but exactly right. Too free the first run, too tight the second run, now too free on entry on this run. How fine is that line Cliff Daniels has to hit? And oh, by the way, when do they pit, to your point, Steve?
Well, so the problem about the balance, it's not the same for everyone. We talk a lot about speed, and I think the viewers understand cars are faster than others. Other cars are easier to drive, and yet again, other cars are easier to adjust on. Sometimes it's like a strike zone. It's big. Anywhere you throw the ball, it makes improvements. You can move it around left and right, make the car a little tight, a little loose. Other times, the strike zone is non-existent. Half a pound of air, and you go from loose to tight. Those razor edge cars, those are the ones you hate to have in a race like this, because now the decision Cliff Daniels have to make, it's under a microscope. If he hops over the balance again, you know, that will be maybe the end for the 5 car. I mean, look at the 12. He was frustrated with his car. I'm sure he still doesn't love it, knowing Ryan Blaney. But great speed. Run the 1 completely down, only 3/10 off the lead.
Yeah, he ran him down, but he's not been able to pass him. Really loose getting in the corner right there. And he's gotten frustrated with Chastain. He feels like he's taking the air away from him. If he could get by him, he feels like he could drive away from him. But Chastain is not going to give this lead up easily. We've seen Ryan's hand off the wheel multiple times in frustration, but I think he needs to remember what the goal is here. Stay in front of those other championship 4 guys.
Junior, you mentioned the sun earlier as far as becoming a little bit of a nuisance, and it's getting lower on the skyline, but it's still above the grandstands and suites right now. So in the eyes of these drivers, with 76 laps still remaining, seems as though Blaney's been able to catch Ross getting into the turns, but then Ross has been able to power away from him as they exit.
Ross is running the high line that you kind of prefer on the long run, and Blaney would like to be up there. I really don't see anything wrong with the 1 and what he's doing. I don't see him moving around trying to drive in front of the 12 or take his air away. I see him running the same line every lap almost. So you know, Blaney's frustration sort of surprises me a little bit, especially like he's in position right here to win this championship and closing in on one of the final pit stops of the day, if not the last one. And so their lap times have been so much better than Byron and Larson. I would, you know, I'd caution Ryan that, hey man, y'all are driving away. If this stays green, we're creating the advantage right now. Don't get too worked up about the 1 car. I know you want to get by him, but we're creating a great advantage for ourselves as this pit cycle might start under green flag.
Just behind these 2 is Martin Truex Jr., Dave.
Give you a little Toyota driver update with Truex, the highest running of all the Toyota drivers in the field right now, running 3rd. That plan that he hoped would work was conserving the tires, running a little bit lighter so that he'd have more tire at the end of the run. Not so sure it's worked out exactly how he wants to. He radioed in, said the rears are wearing pretty well on my 19 car, but so far so good on the plan. He stays in 3rd. He's been the fastest car by lap last couple of times around, guys.
Well, that's something I love to hear, is the fact that, oh, here we go. First guy on pit road, Steve.
24, the 5 chases, and both Hendrick cars pit first. Now it comes down to the pit crew and the counter by the 12 of Blaney. Marty.
These two cars all the way at the very end of pit road. Going to be a long pit road here for the Hendrick teammates. Kyle Larson said way too free on entry, and then he came on the radio about 4 or 5 laps ago, and he said, quote, not good. Cliff Daniels is going to have to take a big swing here to get his driver in the game. Time running out for Kyle Larson, Parker.
Right, Marty, for the 2014 William Byron, he said something for the first time today. He was just too tight in the center. You see the adjustment there. Rudy Fugle came on the radio and told him not much longer, and then just a couple laps later, the 24 and the 5 were the first of the chip before the blink. They come on pit road, and he loses to the 5 car there on pit road.
A huge leapfrog by the 5 of Kyle Larson to get out from behind his teammate Ryan Blaney on pit road, servicing his car. You see the long, tedious pit road, the longest of the series. You see the one in front of him right there, so close for Blaney. Checks up a little bit to make sure he doesn't speed. They're leaving pit road on the top right. You see the 5 and the 24 on the map. Here we go, no pit road speed, on board with Blaney. As we look up, we're gonna see the 2 Hendrick cars, the 5 and the 24 off in the distance. Very well done by the team of the 12 car. They couldn't leapfrog the one for the win, but that's just a race win. You're right there, you hear him. Did they pit? He wants to know where they're at. You're good, Ryan. Everyone's pitted. I'd be giving him the settle in, 70 to go. This will be the longest run on tires of the day. Take care of your brakes. Don't be messing around with that one car if you don't have to. Kim.
And just a slight adjustment for Ryan Blaney. We heard earlier how he felt like the car was building free, but also said his turn down off 2 was starting to go away.
I love it. You know, we talked about who's going to gamble. This is not new. This is what we've seen this year. The data, the information. You know, when I was down there in the pit box, it was you and maybe one other guy talking to your spotter, figuring out who's coming, and you'll miss a lap or 2, and that can be a couple seconds. Not anymore. These teams have war rooms. They have so much help. It was clear that Blaney was just waiting for those 2 Hendrick cars to pit. As soon as they came, the 1 and the 12 came the next lap around.
Not wanting to lose too much of the advantage of these Goodyear tires. As a matter of fact, 75th anniversary celebration Goodyear Eagles that they have for these guys today.
And then on the left, let's talk about the cars that are still out there. Hamlin, the playoffs that could have been, Briscoe, Stenhouse Jr. So those 3 have yet to come to pit road. They're probably looking at running this right dead in the middle, try to get the best they can out of their tires. Or the gamble for these cars, if a caution comes out, there's only 10 cars in the lead lap. So then Hamlin, Briscoe, and Stenhouse could pit, and the worst they're going to restart is 7th, 8th, 9th, or 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Denny Hamlin, a confidence this year that this was the year he was going to win a championship, but the problem with power steering in Miami Homestead, and he got into the wall and then just was too deep of a hole to dig out of in the round of 8. Wasn't able to advance to the championship 4. Hamlin's out in front. Briscoe and Stenhouse Jr. still have to come to pit road. Chastain, Blaney, Truex Jr., Larson, and Byron have all been to pit road.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America. Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. It's your mission. It's your Verizon.
At IHOP, we're flipping up more than pancakes with our new menu featuring waffles, biscuits, burgers, Benedicts, and more. There's always a way to put a smile on your plate. Only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every order.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Hi, I'll have the avocado toast minus the avocado.
So, toast.
Yeah. Everything is so expensive these days.
Hey, Chevy gets it. That's why they're keeping prices down to earth, like on the most affordable EV in America. A super strong and capable Chevy truck. And a high-tech Chevy SUV. Why is Chevy making affordable vehicles connected by OnStar? It's so together we can do more.
Right now, Sonic's small hand mix shakes are $1.99 all day. It sells itself, so I'll just list flavors in my sexy voice. Chocolate, strawberry, peanut butter. $1.99 small classic shakes all day at Sonic.
20 years ago, I escaped from you.
And then you, dear Gabrielle, kidnapped me.
The ones like me that no one else seems to be looking for. My team finds them, and now you're going to help.
What would happen if I screamed?
Gabby, what's in the basement?
Gabrielle! Gabrielle!
Found Tuesday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Ross Chastain and Ryan Blaney still fighting for position. Right now it's not for the lead, but that's just because Hamlin and Briscoe still have yet to come to pit road. They will have to do that shortly as we see Hamlin now on pit road. Parker.
Right, it's been mostly a top 10 day for Denny Hamlin here as he'll take 4 Goodyear tires just a little tight. They went as far as Chris Gabehart could let him go here to split this stage basically in two. The 11 is away. We'll see where he rejoins. He was mostly in the top 10 before they went on this long strategy.
I understand. That's going to back me all the way up to him. Or got it nice and smooth here. Doing great.
That's Ryan Blaney talking about the one. Feels like that the one is holding him up, and it's going to back him up into a battle with the rest of the competition behind him, namely the 5 and 24 Byron. Lap times, though, would say different. The 1 and the 12 car both running just a little bit quicker, even 2/10 that last lap, than the championship contenders of Larson and Byron. And I would, you know, I think that the 12 would definitely drive by this one and drive away. Chastain's going to make that nearly impossible. And I would caution, you know, would you caution Blaney Letarte not to burn his car up? Not to burn his car up trying to mess with this one.
I do think what you point out about lap times are important, right? Blaney only sees what he sees out the windshield or out the mirror. And the 5's kind of too far back that I think he can really locate him in the mirror. So you bring up some great information. Gap back to the 5, whether it's growing or shrinking. Let him know what the urgency needs to be of passing the 1. I think the mentality is you need to get by the 1 and win the race with 58 to go, but let's make the 5 come get us. Let's not burn our rear tires off and fall back to the 5. I think he's better. I think if the 12 can catch the 1 in traffic or maybe a slip, he could drive by him. But to your point, Ross Chastain has proven he's kind of taken over for Ryan Newman as the efficient driver who is just not going to give you the lane or the inch you need to get by.
He's trying to win a race, and you said it earlier, well, he's not doing anything wrong. I don't think he's doing anything wrong either.
Go get the 1 and the win.
Blaney doesn't care.
Spotter right there, Josh Williams.
Yeah, you heard it. Go get the 1 and the win. Looks to the inside here.
That was a pretty good little corner right there. Almost to the left rear quarter panel of Chastain. Now Chastain's moving around a little bit, now to the bottom of the racetrack.
What a masterful job by Blaney. Not over driving the corner and just
not happy.
How you doing?
Not happy. We didn't even need to hear the radio on that one. As now he's down on the apron, trying to make the pass on the 1. Door to door as they come out of the turn. Inches apart for the lead here at Phoenix.
This traffic right in front of them, Rick, could play a part. It's going to slow one of the cars down, be a disadvantage to one of the cars as they're side by side down the front straightaway.
I feel like this is where Blaney has an advantage, though. He rolls the bottom so well.
I just feel like that 51 of Newman is going to play a role in this one way or another. Going to dive out of the way there, try to allow these guys to race it out.
Blaney to the bottom again. Chastain keeping the momentum up as he runs that higher line, and Blaney just can't stay on that left rear quarter panel. Has to get out of the gas a bit.
Wow, that was close.
Now look who's
19,
here.
yeah. Oh, Blaney.
Blaney into the back of the 1. Here comes the 19. Martin Truex Jr. 3 wide for the lead. Chastain shooting back out in front, but Blaney now on the bottom of the racetrack getting aggravated.
Be smart here, man. Be smart.
All right, Blaney's got a pretty good position on him in this corner.
Be smart here, man. Be smart.
Spotter letting him know, big picture, be smart.
Oh,
and Blaney's in front. He takes the lead away from Chastain.
Chastain trying to get back underneath him, though.
I don't need to be smart with him here. Inside corner, inside.
And Martin Truex Jr. might be the faster car of the 3 as he's closed the gap now.
Almost contact for the 12 into the outside wall off of 4.
51 laps remaining in the season and this championship hunt.
That 19 right there is bothering that 12 just a little bit on entry there.
Whoa, Blaney way loose.
Big wobble.
Be smart here.
They're trying to talk Blaney down.
They're too calm. They need to get on the radio with authority. Ryan, here's the deal. Tell him what's going on with the guys behind him. That fight is what allowed the guys behind to potentially catch.
So now he wants the gap back to the 5, and I'll tell you the gap is now under 3 seconds, about 2.2 seconds between Blaney.
3 seconds out back.
And there you go, Blaney and Larson. So now Blaney knows, to your point, what damage did he do to his tires? How much did he hurt his car? Did he take any speed out of it? These tires have only so much life, and when you slide around like that, you can definitely shorten their lifespan on what could be the longest green flag run of the day on a set of tires. Now he's trying to settle in 3rd.
There's the top 3. 3 seconds is the gap from Blaney back to his closest Champ 4 competitor in Larson.
Yeah, and last time by, Larson 0.2 of a second quicker. Will it be the same this lap? Blaney comes by 29.20, Larson 29.20. They match lap times.
Byron behind them, the quickest of the 3 by half a tenth.
Keep in the hunt. The 12 is melting down. Stay in the freaking hunt. He's only 2 ahead of you.
My man, Rudy Fugle, is scanning and he is selling, and I love it. The 12 is melting down. You know him. He can imagine it. That's a motivational radio right there. You can hear the excitement. Look at him. That is a red-faced, fired-up Rudy Fugle.
I believe that, to Blaney's defense, everybody for years has driven home the idea that to win the championship today, you got to win this race. And so, he thinks that is the only goal and the only way that he gets that championship today.
He thinks that, and you are right. That's how it's always been. But what's the same between the 1 of Chastain and the 5 of Kyle Larson? They don't drive for the same owner, but they got the same manufacturer emblem on the hood. And that's what I see right here, right? This is a Chevrolet in Ross Chastain that was ridiculed of how he treated other Chevrolet cars back at Darlington in the spring. Rick Hendrick called him out. Ross Chastain isn't doing anything wrong, but he is not going to help that blue oval Ford of Ryan Blaney clear and take the lead. Now, I think he's going to race Truex the same way. I mean, this is how Ross races. He's been pretty consistent when he is this Ross. Now, some other weeks we kind of lost him and he disappeared on us, but now he's back to being the Ross that is here for Ross and Ross only.
Yeah, and if you're Truex, think about the year you just had. You won the regular season points, came in potentially as the favorite, and did not make this round to have a chance to win a championship. So now there's a win out there in front of you. You are going to go get it. You don't feel like you're messing up Ryan Blaney. You passed him. You're driving away from him. Truex now underneath Ross.
Under 2 seconds back to Kyle Larson now.
Fight for the lead continues, and that championship battle tightening up.
And a lot of lap traffic. Larson's been in clean air, and that's going to allow him to continue to close as now Blaney and the leaders are running up on the back end of some pretty, decent race cars. These won't be easy, slow cars to go by.
One of the most popular driver in NASCAR in Chase Elliott. We saw the 16 of A.J. Allmendinger drop out of the fight here as he knows what's happening in front of him. The 12 of Blaney has closed the gap back now to the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., and he's going to fight for second.
What a battle. It is a heavyweight, toe-to-toe trading punches.
Slugfest between Blaney and Truex Jr. and Ross Chastain. See if he can stay out front, though. 42 to go from Phoenix.
We've come a long way in 125 years. From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
Dad, would you rather time travel to the past or the future?
I'll go back 20 minutes so I can eat this ham, turkey, and beef roast all over again.
You can go back to the holiday buffet right now.
No time travel?
I traveled to Vegas. It's gravy time.
I done sat at the wrong table again.
You've waited all year for Black Friday. Right now at Ashley, find unbelievable discounts on top-rated furniture with 0% interest for 60 months in-store only. Shop Doorbuster starting at just $199.99 and featured finds starting as low as $22 a month in-store only. Only at Ashley.
Loving this pay bump in our allowance.
Wonder where Mom and Dad got the extra money.
Maybe they won the lottery.
Maybe they inherited a fortune.
Maybe buried treasure.
Maybe it fell off a truck.
Or maybe they switched to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service. Save hundreds a year over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Now I can buy that electric scooter.
I'm starting a private equity fund that specializes in mid-cap.
You do you.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile today.
Looks like you got a corner office. Lucky.
Be part of something greater.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
You can always bet on Biggie, and now earn free food when ordering on the Wendy's app.
For the lead, Blaney now, almost contact with Chastain. Chastain. Caution has come out right in front of these drivers as they go into turn 3. It's at the start-finish line, and we see the 8 of Kyle Busch has spun around. That brings the caution out, and now once again, these pit crews are going to have to go to work to try to keep this track position and potentially help their driver get out in front.
This is so eerily similar to 2021. Kyle Larson was running 3rd of the championship 4. He came down pit road, leapfrogged to the front, and it was the championship day for Kyle Larson. Will it match the same for somebody else? I say that because William Byron is now 3rd of the championship 4. He's in pit stall 1. There's just so many similarities, adjustments, drivers. Everybody has to do their job, but the 5 over-the-wall crew, this is what it all comes down to. What happened to the 8 here, guys?
Yeah, we've heard drivers talk all day about how loose they are, and here it is. 8-car Busch just trying to be in the throttle. Back end just comes around. It came around quick. He was in the throttle, and it started around before he even lifted. It surprised him.
He was
back to that battle. Blaney gathered his composure, went and got Truex, right? And now that puts a car between he, Larson, and Byron coming on pit road.
The concepts up and down pit road are so interesting on how they put their crews together. A lot of makeup of crew members who played professional sports, football players. We heard Dave mention it earlier, baseball players.
Under a microscope now, as this could potentially be the final pit stop to determine how the restart will happen and a championship on the line. Kim.
And pit crews have to be absolutely perfect. So do the drivers. Ryan said he fired off tight. They're free at the end, just again tight through the center of 3 and 4. It will be a 4-tire stop for Ryan Blaney. Parker.
That top right of your screen, you'll see the leader, Ross Chastain, hit his pit stall, just getting too tight on the X of the corners there. So he'll get 4 Goodyear tires and fuel for there. Also, at the bottom right of your screen, William Byron will pit from the 5th position. Remember, he's had the fastest pit crew in all 2023. Can this be the stop that they nail it and get him back out front, Marty?
Parker, on the last caution flag stop, Kyle Larson team gained 3 We'll see if they can gain him a few spots here. He said he's too free on entry. There's a drag race off pit road. And we'll see if Larson was able to gain any spots over the 12. But look at that. Blaney holding serve in 5th.
Two-tire pit stop for Hamlin and Eric Jones. They're going to shake things up at the front because with 2 fresh tires compared to the 4, that might stack things up as we get ready for the restart. Of the Champ 3 remaining, Larson's team gets him out in front of the others. And so now Byron and Blaney will have to fight to try to clear that 5 if they want to win their first championship. Larson looking for championship number 2.
And it was a combination, Rick. Total time, you see it just over a second, but it was a little bit everywhere. Kyle Larson, a little bit better running his pit road lights, a little over a half a second faster than Blaney. Just driver time, just rolling pit road speed, and then the pit crew backed it up with another 4/10. We're not counting seconds anymore. We're counting tenths of a second, Kim.
That's right. That stop not great for Ryan Blaney's crew. It looked good, but between the 2-tire stops we saw and then the fast stops from Hendrick, they lost 4 spots on pit road. Right now the crew just trying to calm him down and keep him focused for these last laps, Marty.
Kim, coming down pit road, Kyle Larson told his team, let's do this, guys. And they delivered once again, just like they did in 2021. The stop before this, they gained him 3 spots. And this one, they gained him the critical spot he needed. He's ahead of William Byron and Ryan Blaney, Parker.
And Marty, this is the caution that the 24 team wanted just a couple laps ago. They were trying to pump up their driver, William Byron, told him we just need a caution and we'll get them. They believe this car might be the fastest on the short run. The driver was so happy with the car, he asked for no adjustments. We'll see if that 24 can muster the speed here in the short run and get by his teammate in the 5.
All right, Jeff, Dale, what do you like? 2 tires across the front row. They had to choose behind it. Larson chose the bottom, Chastain top, and then the championship cars split behind them.
I like where Larson went with this front straightaway where you can hang a left at the start-finish line, make it 3 wide, 4 wide, 5 wide. I like the bottom.
You got 2 cars on 2 tires on the front row. The control car of Denny Hamlin in the bottom, trying to restart on old tires, even an old left rear. I give the advantage, obviously, to Denny. Being able to get good drive, not spin those rear tires. I like that inside line as well.
Watch Ryan Blaney. How aggressive is he going to get? Is he the one that's going to try to make it 4 wide on the outside into turn 1?
And they have to remember to stay in line until they get to the start-finish line before they can veer out of the line that they are in. Green flag back in the air. Now just 31 laps to go.
Larson did not get a good launch.
3 wide per second. Larson way down on the apron. Here comes the one of Chastain. Big momentum on the outside. Now, the 11 of Hamlin fighting back.
Blaney on the outside of Byron back there takes that spot away. He's in a pretty good position right here if the 5 gets off this corner low and bottled up.
Larson's got to clear these 2 guys. If not, they're going to be right on him from behind.
Larson up the racetrack, and he slides up in front of the 11. The 1 way up against the wall. Larson trying to take the lead away.
Blaney had to lift right there. The 24 takes that spot back away. Byron.
Larson can't clear the 1, but he's in front of the other 2 Champ 4 contenders. Now a big run by the 12 of Blaney. He tries to go to the high side as the 24 of Byron way down, cutting the dog leg.
Blaney countered it, though, with a lot of entry speed to stay alongside him. Byron did a great job of shortcutting the front stretch. But Blaney with a good move.
Oh, he's trying to block, trying to cut down on that 24 on entry. He knows, oh, he's finally clear. Cuts the front straightaway dog leg to try to close a little bit on that 5 and does.
Byron looking on now, his competitors for the title in front of him.
Larson really needed to get by Chastain on that restart, was not able to do it. Now he's got that dirty air from the 1 car.
And here comes the 12. Blaney now with the momentum. He's going to cut the dog leg. He goes all the way down onto the apron. Can he get to the side of the 5?
Almost to the inside, Rick. Right to the back bumper.
Blaney looking very strong now. Under 27 laps to go. He got held up there by the 5 just a bit. That's allowing Byron to close the gap. Here comes the 24 of William Byron back into the picture. Blaney running higher in front of Byron. Here comes Busher back. After a slower stop, he's going to try to gain some spots back. He looks to the inside now. He's going to make it hard on the 24.
Blaney using that middle groove in 3 and 4. It's really working for him to be able to close up on Larson. Going to try this higher side in 1 and 2.
Chastain pulling away. Almost a second advantage now over this championship battle between Larson, Blaney, and Byron. Blaney middle of the track through 3 and 4. The gap staying the same between the top 2 Champ 4 contenders.
Laying down to the bottom of the racetrack. Just can't really make time on this 5-car. Larson doing an incredible job in these final few laps. Matching the lap time. Hasn't really been able to do this all day long. We're seeing the best out of Kyle Larson when it matters.
2 of the pillars of greatness of NASCAR on the bottom of your screen with Rick Hendrick, owner of that 5-car, and Roger Penske, owner of the 12-car.
Blaney way up the racetrack, looking for any possible grip. Pretty big run off turn 2, trying that.
Anyway, around the 5. Blaney now. That middle lane working for him.
Does Larson go block the top? We just saw Blaney make ground on him over here in the top. Nope, back to the bottom.
Blaney's happy about that. Wants that clean air. Can he create the run he needs right here? Just getting so close.
He's going to stay higher than Larson as Larson ducked back to that yellow line. Drifts up the racetrack right in front of the. Oh, Blaney gets a little loose.
Larson big loose right there. Now Blaney to the outside. Larson slides up the racetrack, trying to take the line away.
For the championship. Now less than 21 laps to go.
Contact right there.
Blaney, can he clear him? He does. Blaney in front of Larson.
And what does Larson do? How does he bring the fight back to this 12? He wants to jump on the right rear quarter panel as well. Try to take that line away.
Regroup here, still a long way to go. Nothing out back, you and him.
Byron's a second back from these 2.
That 12 car just so good all weekend.
Blaney pulls away from Larson. Now 0.3 of a second the gap between these 2. And Chastain has put 2 seconds between himself and Blaney.
I did like that radio, though. A long way to go. This battle has been epic, but there's still 19 laps, 19 miles. The cars will continue to change. The brakes will fade. Tires will heat up.
There's confidence in that 5-car. You got one of the greatest, if not the greatest, current race car driver behind the wheel. Now he has something to chase. He'll move around. He'll try to find speed. He'll find it too. Look, throttling up hard through the middle of the corner, trying to get to the left rear of the 12. It's not over yet.
He's trying really hard to get to the inside of Blaney because Blaney likes that turn down off of 2. That's where he's got speed. If he could get next to him, it would prevent Blaney from doing that. Take his advantage away from him. Blaney changes his line, shows him something different.
The gap still there, about 2 to 3 car lengths between Blaney and Larson. Larson learning, watching what that 12 of Blaney is doing, trying to find a weakness if there is one.
He's been able to hang right there. Blaney's not been able to drive away from Larson. Great exit though there for the 12 off of that corner.
Back into the shadows again. And now only 15 laps to go. Chastain is pulled away. 2.1 seconds in front of Blaney. But right now, Blaney's got to be thinking big picture. The championship is keeping the 5 behind him. Larson seeing the championship pull away from him.
Meanwhile, right behind these cars, you'll see it right there. William Byron right in front of the 17 of Buescher and Truex. Just not able to make the lap time that these other two of Blaney and Larson are making to run them down. That's got to be so frustrating after really having a great car all day long.
And it fell perfectly for William Byron with the caution coming out when it did. His pit crew in stall 1. It had worked the previous 3 years. The person winning the pole and getting that first stall has been able to win the championship. But it might not happen this year for William Byron as he runs in the 4th position, and he is 3rd of the championship 4 contenders.
Kyle Larson is tasked with trying to run down a faster race car than his. He's being asked to try to make the car that he has do something that the one in front of him won't or will do. It's one of the most impressive things about racing. The 12 almost into the wall, maybe into the wall off of turn 4 there, but how incredible to watch these great, incredible race car drivers under these conditions. This is what we wait for all season long. And here we are with an incredible drive between both of these drivers.
Did a great job of defining what Kyle Larson's role is right here. What is Blaney's? Right? Is Blaney's role to maximize everything in his car with a lead over Larson? Or is it to, hey, be smart. We can win this championship by just finishing a little bit ahead of Larson. We don't need you pushing it to make a mistake. If I'm on the box to Ryan Blaney, I'm telling him to go. I want him in his race rhythm. I want him in speed rhythm. That's where he's comfortable. That's where I want to put him. If he makes a mistake doing it, so be it. But you've got to put him in the position he's most comfortable, and that's attacking.
Less than 10 to go. Chastain, 1.7 seconds now. Blaney's closing in. Larson falling back.
Larson a little bit quicker, half a tenth quicker that last lap.
Now 9 to go. With the laps winding down, Larson's got to put a push together right now if he wants to catch and get by that 12 of Blaney.
Larson gets in that situation where we see a quarterback in football trying to put a pass into a place it doesn't belong and throw an interception. That's a position Larson is being put in right now. He's got to find some speed that the car doesn't have. And when you do that, it's very easy to overstep your bounds, get the car in the wall, spin the thing out, but it's time to go.
Blaney continuing to run that high line as Rick Hendrick watches on.
That time by Blaney a tenth quicker than Larson. Both drivers faster than Chastain.
Buescher still right on the back bumper of William Byron. Blaney, Larson, and Byron running 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The title right now in the hands of Blaney. Can he keep it in his hands? 24, way up the racetrack, allowing Buescher to get underneath him. The other big mile marker on the screen, Kevin Harvick, is running 7th right now. Remember, that streak of top 10 finishes still alive for Harvick. He can increase that number. It's at 20. He's looking to make it 21.
One of the more incredible stats in our sport. 20 top 10s in a row, or 20. Yeah, it's incredible to be able to extend that streak, and it looks like it's possible today.
Into the sun and through 3 and 4. Blaney still chasing after Chastain, and he's closed the gap to 1.4 seconds.
Again, faster than Larson the last 2 laps.
Right, Blaney, I want 2 more laps with you pushing hard, and then I'm going to back him down a touch. Not a lot. Doesn't have a lot of room to give up.
Brad Keselowski, I think, made a little bit of wall contact. See some damage on the 6th car. He's able to keep it going. Looks like all 4 tires still have air in them. He'll be able to nurse this home. Should stay under green flag conditions.
Under 4 laps to go. Blaney still with a sizable advantage over Larson. 1.4 seconds separating Chastain and Blaney for the race win.
Every person on this team, on this 12 team, is hoping nothing happens. No yellows, no issues in these final couple corners.
Ross Chastain wanting to end on a high note this season as he's out front by a 1.5 seconds, looking for his 4th career win. And an impressive run for Chastain today. He's already led 154 laps. This is 155 as he has just 2 laps to go.
And that's something you can stay focused on in the offseason. If we can get to that championship 4 like we were a year ago, what would that win have meant?
And you have to believe, to your point, Jeff Burton, that 12 car of Blaney has backed it off just a touch with only a couple corners left.
1.4 seconds separating 1 and 2, and about the same separating Blaney from Larson. Now, 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank.
White flag here.
Chastain looking for the race win. Blaney looking for a championship. Chastain down the backstretch for the final time. Blaney is going to run in his tire tracks. You know, winning is in his family's DNA, and Ryan has just crested the mountain of all wins. Ryan Blaney is a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Oh, man. Thank you, guys, man. I'm getting emotional. Thank you, guys, man. What an awesome year, man. Thank you so much. Cannot wait to celebrate with you guys. RP, congrats. Thanks for giving me a shot. Hell of a job for driving. Proud of you for sticking with it all year. Way to go, Team 12. Congrats, Jonathan, everybody. Y'all deserve it, man. So cool. One hell of a job, man. One hell of a job. Great job. I do. Congratulations, buddy. Great job, you, Jonathan, the entire team. 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion. I appreciate it, man. Run over, get your flag. Come on out, celebrate. Start finish line for us, buddy. Great job, team.
The respect of his peers being shown right now.
Hey, you did it.
For the first time in a decade, the champion didn't end up winning the race. Ross Chastain is going to claim that win. But winning the bigger battle, Ryan Blaney now has his championship flag, and he will do a lap here to enjoy what the fans were so appreciative of today. driving that he put on. Flag's not going to survive this burnout. He'll unstrap and climb out of the car and listen to the crowd.
Rick, not only did the flag barely survive the burnout, the car barely survived the burnout as well. Almost wall contact, almost a fire as well. That belongs to you as a Cup Series champion, Ryan Blaney. Boy, a rough pit stop. You somehow put the team on your shoulders. An incredible battle with Kyle Larson. What did you say to yourself before that final restart, Ryan?
It was just time to go to work. You know, I mean, we did a good job of getting where we need to be, and those guys had 2 good pit stops, so just need to go to work. And, you know, hoping our car was good enough, which it was. So just so proud of this team. What an unbelievable year. What an unbelievable playoffs for us. To win back-to-back Cup titles for Mr. Penske, that's so special. And to have my family here winning my first Cup title, I got emotional in the car. I'm not a very emotional guy, but so cool. Thank you guys for coming. I hope it was an awesome show. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, appreciate Menards, Dutch Boy, Ford, you know, Worth, Advanced Auto Parts, Body Armor, Dex Imaging, Knauf, Cap Gemini, Wabash. Everybody makes this possible. John Menard's here, so that's so cool to get him a championship, and can't wait to celebrate with my guys.
We could hear all the emotion on the radio, Ryan. What was going through your mind on those final few laps?
No yellow. Didn't want to caution, and knew once I got to the white, you know, felt pretty good about it. It's just Matt getting there and finishing it off. So, yeah, I just didn't want to yellow. Luckily, everyone kept it straight, and we were going good. But I want to shout out also Kyle and William. That was fun racing those guys all day, and the 20 Bell. Unfortunately, he broke, but racing those 2 guys at the end there, racing clean. That's what racing's all about. So that was a lot of fun.
Mid-season, maybe even early in the playoffs. How improbable did this championship seem, Ryan?
Well, you never want to count yourself out, you know. I mean, I think in the summer, you know, we were struggling a little bit, but we never gave up, and we just went to work. And I've said that all week. Like, this group goes to work and they figure out problems. That's why they're such an amazing group to be with the Team Penske folks, because they just put their head down and do the work and accept the challenge, and that's what they did. So it's not happenstance we started running so good during the playoffs. It was a lot of hard work by a lot of amazing men and women over at our race shop, and I can't thank them enough for that. And they deserve this just as much as you know, the guys who travel here, as much as me. They're just a big part of it.
And let's give the driver some credit as well. He put the team on their shoulders, got up through the field, and Ryan Blaney is a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Flag goes in the air. And Ryan Blaney, when he wins, like at Martinsville, you normally hand the checkered flag to a fan in the crowd. He doesn't end up winning the race, but he wins the championship. And what a season he has put together. Again, Martinsville won to get into the championship 4. 3 wins on the season. But the most important was finishing in front of Kyle Larson and William Byron at the end of this one. Ryan Blaney is the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion. This checker flag moment brought to you by Advanced Auto Parts. Chastain wins the race, and Blaney wins the championship. 2 burnouts taking place right by the start-finish line, and we look at the finishing positions for the championship. Blaney captures his first title at just 29 years old. Larson finished 3rd in the race, 4th for Byron, and Bell 36th after the right front rotor explodes on the 20, and he was out at lap 109. And Kyle Larson coming home in 3rd. He'll be 2nd overall as far as the championship standings at the season end. And Kyle's standing by with Kim.
And Rick, they had an absolutely perfect pit stop there at the end, both driver and crew. Walk me through the restart and the final laps. What was missing there that Blaney had and you guys didn't?
Yeah, his car was really fast, really the last few months, and yeah, especially here today. So our pit crew and pit road just really kept us in the game. You know, we weren't the greatest on the track, but I was just hoping for pit stops, you know, because I knew the way our team, you know, executed our lights and the way, you know, our pit crew can execute a fast pit stop. I knew that was going to be our only shot, really, to win. And they did everything, you know, in their power to give us the winning, you know, job done there. So, you know, huge thank you to them. Just, I needed to come out the leader on that restart. Ross got a really good start from the 2nd row and was hoping I could get clear of Denny and get to lead, and then, you know, have Ross kind of protect for me behind me. And I'm not sure if it would have made a difference, really. I was just not as good as a few guys, and especially Blaney and Ross probably. So it would have been difficult, but you know, my team did a really good job all season, so I'm extremely proud of them. We had a up and down year, and we finally put together 2 solid weeks in a row. So I don't know if we've done that all year, but yeah, you know, just huge thank you to HinderCars.com, Team Chevy, Valvoline, Junior Ramen Bar, everybody back at Hendrick Motorsports, the engine shop, everyone. So just we'll come back next year and try to be stronger.
Blaney made a point in his interview to talk about how respectfully both you and the other 2 contenders raced throughout the race. How important was it not to do anything egregious in this race?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to take as much as I could and wanted to, just to see if I could do anything, just because he was a lot faster. But, you know, he was behind me a number of times throughout the race, never touched me. So, you know, I would say for me, in my respect level, it started with him. You know, he raced with a lot of respect early on in the race, and he always has, too. So it was fun watching, you know, Ryan and William and Bell kind of when he was still out there, us all racing hard. So, yeah, just a lot of fun there, and congrats to Ryan. He's a deserving champion. Him and his team have done an amazing job. It's been, you know, fun to kind of come up through the ranks with him, and you see him be a champion. So congrats to Team Penske and their whole team, and we'll try and beat them next year.
Kyle Larson comes home 2nd in the championship standings, Parker.
Well, it came for William Byron. Frankly, he dominated the beginning portion of this race. You had won the pole, but around stage 2, it just seemed to get away from you guys. What went wrong?
Yeah, once the track rubbered in, we got really tight. So, and especially when we lost the lead, you know, on track, we just had a big balance shift and got tight back in, you know, 2nd through 5th, and just couldn't gain a lot of speed through 1 and 2, and just kind of having to really overslow the car and get it to the bottom. So that's all we had there. Just really proud of our Exalta team. Just a great season. You know, it stinks to come up short, but I'd like to think we're going to be back in this position, and we're going to have more shots at it. So we just got to keep working. Got to keep working on the short track program for us. It was definitely the tough part of our season, but you know, I felt like we brought a good car this weekend, and really until the track kind of changed, I thought we were in the game. So yeah, just all we had there.
What was it like racing with Blaney and Larson there? You guys were so close at times. You know, you're racing for obviously the win and the lead, but also for a championship. What was that experience like?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we all raced really hard. So it was, I felt like in stage 1 and 2, I could kind of take Ryan's lane away a little bit and get him tight. And then once he got in front of us, you know, it was really hard to get him or chase him back down. And then with Larson, I thought we were pretty even. It was really, you know, who came off pit road, and he did a good job the last run, and they had more speed than us the last run. So the last run of the race, we just were pretty tight there. But yeah, like I said, just really proud of this team. We've had a great season and a lot to be proud of, and we're going to keep digging hard. So this was a great season for us.
Strong season for William Byron, this 24 car, and a lot to build on for next year, guys.
The NASCAR America Post-Race Show presented by Progressive. Phoenix Raceway here in Avondale, Arizona. And the title has been decided. And for the first time in 10 years, the winner of the race is someone different from the championship winner. Gianna, Ryan Blaney's girlfriend, coming over to congratulate him. Other drivers coming over to congratulate as well. Bubba Wallace coming in to congratulate him as he pulls up in front of the championship stage. This is the best part of the season right here, when Ryan Blaney will be able to get out and celebrate with his team. We saw how emotional and heard the emotions of Blaney, talking about how important it was that his family was here, family and friends. Confetti covering the car as Ryan Blaney has worked his way around the stage to try to enjoy this moment with all of his team members that have helped him get to this point. We saw Roger Penske get up on stage with him there. Steve Phelps, NASCAR president, standing by there with Marty as well, right there with the trophy and the presentation about to get underway. Marty.
Girlfriend Gianna here as well, and it's time to present some hardware to the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion. To do that, the NASCAR president, Steve Phelps.
Thank you, Marty. How about that show? Ryan, what an incredible day. Congratulations to you, Jonathan, and the entire 12 team. Just incredible. Hello, John. You know, quick shout out to your competitors in the championship 4. Felt bad for Christopher, but the battle that you put on, you know, with William and Kyle was incredible. But in the end, there could only be one, and that was you. So on behalf of NASCAR and our entire industry and the best fans in the world, I want to present to you the Bill France Cup and crown you our 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion.
He gets to lift the trophy finally, and it's heavier than it looks, isn't it, Ryan? How much of the story of this 12 team this year is about never giving up and overcoming adversity?
Yeah, I mean, I think we did an amazing job of that, you know, and, you know, I mean, it's somewhat of an up and down year, but you're going to have those moments, and through the summer, we just worked really hard to try to get back where we needed to be, and kind of set a deadline for the playoffs, and we met that deadline. So just super proud of the effort by everybody at Team Penske, who put tons and tons of hours into hard work, and no one really got down. They just put their heads down, and they decided to really put in a lot of work, and it showed up, especially in these playoffs, especially the last 5 weeks. And so cool to have all their hard work pay off, so they should be proud.
Let's talk about your dad, Dave. He has been your biggest cheerleader of late. How about getting to this point? How much has family meant to you to get here?
It's meant everything, I mean, obviously I come from a family of racers, my grandfather and dad and uncle, and Dad is obviously who I grew up watching and admiring and wanted to be like. So to be able to do what he did, because as a kid I just wanted to do what Dad did, and so to be able to race and let alone compete for wins and championships and still have my parents around and people you look up to that are still around, it makes it even more special.
Second-year crew chiefs aren't supposed to win a Cup Series championship. How much has Jonathan Hassler changed the trajectory for you?
Oh, he's been amazing. I mean, it's been a fun 2 years. I mean, we had a shot to get here last year, and I made some mistakes that kept us out. So we worked really hard in the winter to try to get back to where we know we can be. And he's such a dedicated hard worker. Every single person on this 12 group is, and from pit crew to mechanics to truck drivers, I mean, everyone has a part in it, and they work their asses off. So it's cool to see all that stuff pay off. And but yeah, fun to work with Jonathan, and hopefully we can get some more.
How about this young man over in the corner, Mr. Roger Penske? What has he meant to your career, Ryan?
Well, it's been amazing. We talked, it's been over 10 years since when I walked through the doors of that place. It's hard to believe. It's gone by so fast. But, I was telling everybody all week that, having the opportunity to go back-to-back Cup champions for Mr. Penske, has never been done. He hasn't done that. And it's not very often you get to do something in motorsports that RP hasn't done. And so, because he's done everything, he's accomplished everything. So to be able to be a part of this and bring him another championship and be a driver that's brought him a championship is very special. So it's been a fun decade, and hopefully another fun decade ahead.
Last year it was his teammate Joey Logano who wins the title. This year it's Ryan Blaney who brings Team Penske the Cup Series championship.
And this celebration is going to continue for quite some time. And once again, a rarity in the fact that the champion didn't win the race. We don't want to overshadow what Ross Chastain was able to accomplish. And Ross Chastain currently in the Ruoff Mortgage victory lane. Let's go there now with Dave.
Rick, speaking of celebrations, which are probably going to go into the night, you've already gone through half a watermelon, a couple of Busch Lights right here in victory lane. Tell us what this day means to you, because no one does this. No one beats the championship four.
Has it never happened, Dave?
I don't believe it's ever happened.
I don't believe it's ever happened. We did something else that's never been done before. For everybody on this Worldwide Express team, the Global Trans and Unishippers, this vision for the Trackhouse and what this was goals like this, and they were lofty. And it started with Advent Health and the Moose Lodge believing in me, coming over to Trackhouse, and then Kubota Jockey coming on board, filling out our season. Now, obviously, next year with Busch Light, the AB brand, I couldn't think of anything I would want to do more is to try to be like Kevin Harvick, and racing him early in the race was bucket list. Little kid in me racing that 2005 GameCube game. I drove as the 29 GM Goodwrench car, and now I'm driving a Chevy for GM to victory lane, a Camaro. So yeah, I am beside myself that we were able to do that. That last caution, we were really tight, and it saved us. And Phil Surgeon and this group at Trackhouse, all of our GM support staff, sim staff, and everybody at Trackhouse somehow came up with a way to make this thing turn, and we drove off into the sunset.
Well done. Enjoy the offseason with a win in your pocket. Let's go to Kim.
And Kevin Harvick down here, surrounded by family, surrounded by friends that have become family. You've had competitors down here congratulating you on an absolutely outstanding Cup Series and NASCAR Series career. There were tears shed. I heard some laughs. There was a toast. Sum up what this day and what your career has meant to you.
It's been an emotional roller coaster for sure. And I think as you look at this last week, this really means a lot to me, just because I love driving the race car. I love being around the people more. I love our sport. It's given our family so much to through the years to be thankful for and proud of. And I can't wait to be able to walk in that tunnel with my head up and look around and just look at all the really cool things that are NASCAR racing in every venue that we go to with great fans and people all over the place. And I think for me, for the last 23 years in Cup, you walk into that tunnel just laser focused on how do you make your car go faster and communicate with your team the best that you can. And sometimes you don't see everything that's around you. So I'm fortunate to be able to kind of close this. I opened this chapter unexpectedly in 2001 and closed it in 2023 how we wanted to, and that was to be competitive. And the thing that means the most is just having the respect of the drivers and the competitors and the crew chief and my team and organization and all the past people that I've worked for or worked with. There's been so many great stories and things that have happened over this year, but especially this week.
As you talk about the competitors, and not only the competitor aspect, the fan aspect, you're not leaving the sport, you're moving to the TV booth, but what do you hope people remember you by as a racer?
Well, I think for me, it's just we gave it all we had, right? And every lap, every week, and in some way, shape, or form, we touch every aspect of this race car. I care about how everything looks, whether it's the color of the car, the stickers. I sit in the sponsorship meetings, the marketing meetings, the team meetings, and there's just not any piece of it that I don't feel like that we are a part of in some way, shape, or form. And we built a team here at Stewart-Haas Racing. We built a team at KHI. We built a management company. We've built so many things from the bottom up, and I think the hard work, I think, is something that people recognize. But I'll also, as you guys have seen through the week, and I'm a pretty emotional person. I've just done a really good job of hiding that through the years to make you think I'm super tough, but I'm really not. I love people, I care about people, and it's been a lot of fun to get to know a lot of the drivers and crew chiefs and just people in NASCAR racing, and it's just been so much fun to tell a story about the last 30 years of my career this year, and I think everybody's done a great job, and I can't thank them enough.
And you'll do the storytelling moving forward. How will your career on the racetrack help you in what you're going to do in the next chapter?
Well, I feel like I can walk into any trailer in that garage right now and talk to the crew chief or the driver. We can walk into any meeting. I still want to be a part of the driver council and the things that they do. These guys are rock stars, and I want everybody to know how hard this is and how hard these guys work and how hard it is for them to come in here. And I think over the last several years, we've kind of got away from understanding how hard this is, and the guys and gals that drive these vehicles they're studs, they're badasses, and that's really what I want to portray. And this is a lot of hard work, and you hear about F1 and NASCAR. We have every bit of all the rock star technology, everything that we need. We just got to make sure we tell the story, but I love the drivers, and I love to compete, and they're the rock stars in this whole thing, and I can't wait to talk about this car and everything about them.
And you, Kevin, are a rock star. Congratulations on an absolutely outstanding career.
Thank you.
He'll continue on with Fox Sports next year as he will cover the races from the broadcast booth, but a lock for Hall of Fame when he is eligible. NASCAR America post-race is brought to you by Progressive, Keys to Progress program, providing cars to veterans in need.
NASCAR America Post Race is brought to you by Progressive Keys to Progress program, providing cars to veterans in need. Well, the day is done here at the Phoenix Raceway. Ryan Blaney, Team Penske in the championship victory lane. As we join you here on Peacock, Marty Snyder, Brad Daugherty, Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty. DJ, what was the key moment for you? Because Ryan Blaney, and we may agree on this or disagree on this, had a short fuse, it seemed to me, all day long. But in the key moment when they lost those spots on pit road, he never panicked.
Okay, I'll agree with the part they never panicked. Okay, I'll go with that. And I can understand where some people might think it's a short fuse. I don't think that about Ryan Blaney. I think he's just passionate about what he does. He reacts quickly when things happen, and I don't have a problem with the way that he goes about it. He gets his message across, but I have never really seen that to where it affects how he drives and how he goes about his business. Now, there were a couple of times on the racetrack that I thought, okay, calm down, young man, right here, that, you've got a championship here to win, and that's the most important thing. But it was a great battle for the lead when he was racing Ross and then had Truex up there. So I just think that he goes about it extremely hard. He's passionate about what he does, and I just appreciate his talents and congratulate him on a job well done.
Yeah, listen, I agree. I have no problem with him with that pop-off valve, with letting that pressure out. And listen, we hear code words all the time on pit road. We saw some code head signals in there. I enjoyed that part. But here's where I think the moment come. The moment came at Talladega. The moment came when they won at Talladega.
Good point.
And that was a confidence booster for this team. And they were a part of the conversation from Talladega to today. They have been a part of the conversation week in and week out as we move through those last rounds or so.
Yep.
So for me, that was the turning point for Ryan Blaney and this team to win this championship.
Boy, Brad, I know you've seen athletes in big moments, championship moments like Ryan Blaney did today, kind of say, hey, you know what, I'm not going to let that happen.
Correct.
Is that the sense you got from Blaney saying, hey, I know we lost those spots, I'm not going to lose this championship?
No doubt about it. I mean, he got shuffled back, like you said, a couple times off of pit road today, and you're sitting there saying, okay, what mistake is he going to make next? Well, he didn't make a mistake behind the wheel. He got up on the wheel, and he drove that car really, really hard. And the thing that changed it for me was that right there. When he got up to Larson, I'm saying to myself, oh, man, Larson's going to check out on these guys. It's over with. He put so much pressure on him and made him make a mistake with the faster race car instead of making a mistake of his own, and that was it. That was a huge moment for me when he got Larson to loosen up in front of him and lose that race car a little bit, and it was Katie bar to door.
DJ, I think every team in the garage area is going to go, okay, wait a minute. What is Team Penske doing here in the last half of the season? I mean, you look at last year for Joey Logano, really not a factor in the regular season. All of a sudden they show up in Phoenix, they win the championship. Kind of the same thing for Ryan Blaney this year. How are they able to do this?
Well, I think one thing is they never stop working. They have, Ryan Blaney has talked about, Joey Logano did last year when he won the championship, about the men and women at Penske Racing, how hard they work. They just don't stop. They listen to their drivers. And I was listening to Sirius last weekend after he won the race in Martinsville. And he talked about that he had told his team, look, we've got to find some speed. We're doing things well in the pits, but we have to find some speed in the race car. And they were like, okay, we get that. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. Yes. And so this was something, this didn't just happen. They didn't just find this in the playoffs. It was the work they were putting forth in the summer that got them to that point where it started paying off. And the round of 8 and today was just spectacular, but it's because of a lot of hard work and smart people.
Yeah. It's how you race the system. There's a system now, and you race it that way. And you've got to continue to get better, and you've got to know that it's not really what happens in June. It's not really what happens in July, especially if you're already in the playoffs. It's what happens in those last 10 races. It's prepare for those last 10 races. And I think that's what they've done. I told these guys before you came up here, it's interesting to me that we sat here a million times on this desk and talked about lack of speed, lack of handling, lack of a lot of things with Ford, and they won everything big this year except the Daytona 500.
Well, and
every big event, every award to win, they won this year except the Daytona 500.
Both championships here as well, with the Xfinity Series championship and today in the Cup Series as well. By the way, Brad, got to give you credit. In the pre-race show, you said momentum is real. Blaney proved that today.
100%. Got up on the wheel, took care of business, and there he stands.
Roger Penske taking some pictures now with his new championship driver. A moment ago, Dave Burns caught up with him.
Yeah, he is on the victory stage, the championship stage. Roger Penske for the second year in a row, stacking them up now here.
Well, it's obviously a great place to be here today, and the job that Blaney did racing clean to clean for those three guys was a pleasure to be in this race, and to race my best friend Rick Hendricks and Joe Gibbs. What a team. I mean, for Menards, for Ford, and this whole team Penske, not just the people that were here, the guys that drive the trucks, the ones across our whole country that shoot for this every single weekend. You can't beat this. That's why we do it every day.
Your voice came across the radio a couple of times today. Was there a little concern that your driver needed to stay in the game, focused the way he should?
Well, I didn't want to see him get excited. I'm looking at the stopwatch, and he was doing fine. But, of course, you knew there was going to be yellow there at the end. The one was out there, which was problematic for us. But, at the end of the day, he's a champion, and that's what counts.
Roger Penske's a champion owner once again here from Phoenix.
catching up with the championship crew chief, Jonathan Hassler. And Jonathan, you and I have a bit of a history from being at Penske. You've been there since 2008. Your third year as a crew chief now, and you're a champion. What does that mean to you?
It's incredible. It's just a huge testament to the organization and this 12 team of working hard day in and day out, and never being afraid to be a little bit better.
So I want to talk about your driver there because he did an awesome job, but he got pretty feisty a couple times. What were you thinking seeing him gesture inside the car at other drivers and get feisty on the radio? How'd you calm him down?
Yeah, it was a tough position, obviously. If you can say you're trying to look at the big picture, and he can maybe settle in and ride there a little bit, but the truth is we might get a pit stop again later. We might need a couple spots of cushion with the pit stall that the 24 had. So I was happy that he was racing as hard as he was, but yeah, then we kind of got knocked back a little bit, and he kind of had to settle in. We had a really good long run car, and the guys were able to come back to us, so proud of him and his ability to kind of reel it back in.
I just want to step back a couple weeks and say, where did you find this speed? Where did this come from? What was the magic you put in this 12 car the last couple weeks to go out here and win a championship?
It's not one thing. It's going through all the details and making a lot of small decisions that add up in the end. Ever since we won at Charlotte, we were able to kind of try some different things, and some worked and some didn't, and then kind of put our best foot forward for the playoffs.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks, Parker.
So, DJ, to Parker's question that he just asked Jonathan Hassler, I want to bring up a conversation I had with Hassler a few weeks ago. He said there were some, quote, ugly meetings at Team Penske. And you know what really spurred it on? Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing winning those races earlier this year at Richmond, at Michigan, and they walked into the meeting and said, okay, the Ford thing that they used all year long is no longer an excuse. It can be done. We have to go make it happen. You ever had meetings like that are eventually fruitful, but they're not pretty to have?
Oh, 100%. I'm sure KP has many times. I'm sure they had with the Cleveland Cavaliers, too. There were some meetings in there about what people have to do. And you have to buckle down and realize that, hey, within, we see what's happening around us. And so you talk about motivation and momentum. You get motivated whenever you see another organization with the same make of car. You realize that there is speed there. We've got to figure out how to make this happen. And sometimes you don't like to hear everything that everybody has to say, but it's things that have to be said if you're going to move forward. And fortunately, everybody there had the tough skin and the understanding that they were all there for the same reason, and that was to win races and try to win a championship.
I said this last year, and I'm going to reiterate that. Everybody talks about, we couldn't on the Ford side, no speed, no that. Doug Yates can build some horsepower. I don't want to hear that. I'm telling you, this race car has leveled the playing field. And I'm starting to say more and more, who can drive this car and who can't. I think it's what we're seeing. With the old car, you had 100,000 years of notes and history and data, and you just line it up, and these guys could just fire it. This is different. Look who finished in the top 15 today. There's names in there that we usually don't see that finish this strong at the end of the year. This thing has changed everything. So now I'm starting to look at it and say, okay, maybe it's who's holding the wheel. Might need to do the homework.
Whatever they found at Team Penske has certainly worked to get Ryan Blaney the Cup Series championship here in 2023. The trophy hoist, he agreed with me, by the way, afterwards, Kyle. It's a little heavy. Back with more post-race coverage in a moment. Let's take a look at this week's Progressive Safe Driver. Man, Blaney's run, Kyle, after that last pit stop was just incredible.
It was incredible. He was back a little bit. This is what amazes me about this sport at this point in time. You got to drive like you're on fire, man, and you got to make something happen. You got to be aggressive, and then once you get to your position, you got to drive like a surgeon. You got to hit your marks. You got to be methodical. You got to be patient. It becomes an art form, and that's what's fascinating about watching these guys and Blaney's performance today. He did both of them perfect.
He had to pass both of the Hendrick Motorsports teammates to be able to win this title. After the victory, Dave Blaney is with Dave Burns.
Proud Dad is up here watching all the festivities. Can you believe it? And how's it feel inside?
Yes, I believe it. All day. And yeah, huge day. And I don't even know how to describe it. I thought he was going to win it 5 times and lose it 5 times. But he just kept getting after it and did it. So proud of him and everybody on the team.
He mentioned being able to talk to you about it leading up to this weekend and even the last couple of weeks. What does it mean to you, and what did you guys talk about?
It's just confidence with him, just building confidence. And yeah, I told him before the Martinsville race he was going to win title. And somehow it worked out. But no, he's so talented. It's just building confidence, and if this doesn't do it, I don't know what will.
And I'm thinking, since he was this high, because you brought him up, you taught him how to race, you taught him the things that you knew how to do. Could you see it back then that it would be here someday?
I saw it at 14, actually, that he had probably the talent to end up doing this, but working out is a whole different thing. But, yeah, I've seen it for a long time. Great kid.
And what does it mean to your family, Dave?
Oh, that's huge. I've seen a lot of races, but this was the coolest one. So, yeah, I wish my dad was around to see it. Very cool, though.
Coolest race ever, guys.
Boy, you can hear the emotion in the Blaney family. You know, DJ, I love this side of this story. How did your dad inspire you in your championship run?
You know, I think that it was just talking, you know, helping. You talk about confidence, you know. You think you can do it, but until you do it, you don't actually know that. But when you have someone that's been there and done that and understands what that's like, they help you along the way. You know, I know, Kyle, your dad had to help you through, you know, just learning to win and how to make all of that happen. And you can just hear how proud he was. Made me think of my dad, you know.
That's right.
You don't have many ways you can pay him back. They won't take money, so I win.
I'm going to add this, and we all have coaches in life, but your dad's your first coach.
That's right.
Your dad's your first coach. Whether you play basketball, whether you drive a race, no matter what, he's that example. He's who you aspire to be. And when he gives you that nod, and he gives you that approval, and he tells you, you can go do this, you believe it because it comes from your dad. And Dave Blaney, that was an incredible race car driver in his own right. Yeah. That's an incredible moment.
You can see Dave just taking it in, and that's so cool. The fans are there, Brad. They're doing the Blaney chant.
They love it. They're chanting Blaney, and I absolutely love it. He's going to be a tremendous champion. He's got tremendous personality. He's got charisma. This is going to be a lot of fun following him around this year.
Yeah.
What a great time for the sport.
DJ, how would you sum up this championship day?
You know, great battle. I mean, I think then, and there at the end, Kyle put it great, that he had to go past the Hendrick cars, you know, to make this happen. You know, you don't just go past William Byron and everybody else on the track. Kyle Larson and everybody. You put yourself in that position, you want to do it, think you can do it, but making it happen's tough.
What a championship battle it wound up being. Ross Chastain won the race, but the championship 3 that were left after that Christopher Bell blown brake rotor finished second, third, and fourth. But at the end of the day, it was Ryan Blaney as a 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion.